order. We'll now begin the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading petitions, presenting reports of committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statement. Oh, I'm very sorry. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to table an article that pertains to my member statement coming up, and it is entitled Living in Fear, Nova Scotia Senior Among Those Calling for an End to Fixed-Term Leases.
The paper is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to table two documents, both pertaining to both of my member statements, if that would be okay. Thank you very much. There's one, and that's the second one.
The papers are tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also, in connection with a member statement for later, I would like to table a document. Unifor ratifies agreement with CN Autoport.
The paper is tabled. Are there any further tabling reports, regulations, and other papers? We'll now move on to statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas World Health Day is marked annually on April 7th and each year draws attention to a specific health topic of concern to people all over the world, and whereas this year this day is a reminder that around the world the right to health for millions of people is increasingly becoming under threat. And whereas the focus of this year's World Health Day is My Health, My Right, chosen to champion the right of everyone, everywhere to have access to quality health services, education and information, as well as safe drinking water, clean air, good nutrition, quality housing, decent working and environmental conditions, and freedom from discrimination. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House recognize April 7th as World Health Day, an opportunity to focus global attention on everyone's right to health. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed?
Agreed.
It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye?
Aye.
Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotians are concerned about climate change and want clean, healthy air to breathe, and we know the idling of vehicles negatively impacts our air, our climate, and our health, and whereas the municipality of the District of Lunenburg has consistently demonstrated leadership in responding to climate change and a commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainability, and whereas the recent introduction of an anti-idling policy by the municipality of the District of Lunenburg represents a significant step towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions and improving air quality in the community. Therefore, Madam Speaker, be it resolved that Nova Scotians join me in recognizing the leadership and commitment of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg for its proactive work to improve health outcomes and mitigate climate change by implementing the anti-idling policy. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed?
Agreed.
It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Increase the Heating Rebate Program.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Increase the Heating Rebate Program.
Bill 458, an act to increase the heating rebate program.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future date I will move the following motion. Whereas autism spectrum disorder is a neurodivergent condition that affects approximately 32,000 Nova Scotians, and April is Autism Acceptance Month worldwide. Whereas autistic people display a range of strengths and abilities, including learning to read at a very early age, memorizing and learning information quickly, thinking and learning in a visual way, having an extraordinarily good memory, being precise and detail-oriented, and being exceptionally honest, reliable, and dependable with a drive for perfection and order. And where it is of urgent concern that services to support autistic Nova Scotians remain inadequate, and that all Nova Scotians have a role to play to ensure that inclusion results in the realization of our personal and collective potential. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly direct the Standing Committee on Health to make recommendations regarding the development of a provincial strategy to support autistic Nova Scotians across their lifespans and in diverse sectors such as health, education, labour and skills, and seniors and long-term care. I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Are there any further notices of motion? Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an amazing ending to a great season for many Shelburne County athletes. Our first Special Olympics floor hockey team won gold in Calgary, and Martin Fudge was named Player of the Game. As well, Nikita Penny won gold in the 100-meter snowshoe competition. The U15 AA hockey team are the South champs. The Shelburne County Flames were named Champion of the Day. Akaya Shand and Cassidy Nickerson won gold and silver, respectively, in provincial figure skating. SRHS Senior Girls Basketball were provincial champs. LRHS Senior Boys Basketball won silver at the provincials. LRHS Junior High Boys Basketballs won regional silver medals, and U15 Junior Boys Hockey were regional champions. And SRHS Junior Boys Basketball were regional champions. Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members of the legislature and join me in congratulating these fine athletes. Way to go. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. This April marks 10 years since the province has recognized Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And today I want to extend our Cox's support to the tireless advocates, service providers, and survivors of sexual assault. This year I'd like to highlight the bravery of Mia Fournier-White, the president of the Student Association at the NSCC Lunenburg campus in Bridgewater, and a survivor herself. She launched a campaign called What We Were Wearing, which displays nearly 40 outfits reflecting what people were wearing when they were assaulted, with the goal to raise awareness and eliminate biases victims face. She said she hopes this campaign will inspire people to ask different questions like, what supports do you need, instead of what were you wearing? Madam Speaker, with awareness comes the need for action, and one way right now that this government can act is to ban the misuse of NDAs in sexual assault cases to protect and support more victims of sexual assault in our province. This month and every month we urge the government to take action to protect and support victims of sexual assault. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Joining us today in the West Gallery is Steve Wilsack and Matthew Grant, who are here in recognition of their work in Grand Parade Square. I'd ask them to rise and accept the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. I hope you enjoy your visit. Thank you for being here with us and for all that you do. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians everywhere are deeply concerned about the housing crisis and increasing homelessness in all communities, rural and urban. This past November, Steve Wilsack and Matthew Grant saw a growing need in Grand Parade Square, where people had started to live rough just as winter set in. They also moved in for 108 continuous days to try and keep the community sheltered and safe. They worked with people in Grand Parade Square one by one to understand their priorities and needs, and then articulated these in solidarity to media and policymakers. The majority of those who lived in Grand Parade Square moved on to appropriate next steps thanks to their tireless advocacy. Steve and Matt ensured that everyone was seen as an individual with unique abilities. They did what so many of us want to do. They made a difference in the lives of many who had been systemically disconnected from services and support. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recognizing the volunteer efforts of Steve Wilsack and Matthew Grant in supporting homeless people in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to extend a heartfelt congratulations to Team McNutt, skipped by Truro resident and neighbour Ali McNutt, who represented Nova Scotia at the Canadian Under-21 Curling Championships last week. Team McNutt, who went undefeated to win Nova Scotia banner, then continued their remarkable run, going 8-0, finishing in first place in the round robin, defeated Alberta in the semis. In the final, they scored 3 in the second and never looked back as they defeated Team Ontario 9-5 in the final to cap off a remarkable 10-0 record at the National Championship to win gold in front of a boisterous crowd of family members, friends, cheering, blowing horns, and ringing cowbells. Now Team Canada will represent our country at the World Junior Championship in 2025. Members of Team Canada include skip Ali McNutt, Maria Fitzgerald, Alison Umlaw, Grace McCrusker, and their coach, Teresa Breen. Madam Speaker, Ali wasn't the only McNutt at Nationals. Her sister Anna was lead on the Team Blade squad, one of the youngest teams at the event, which played the 2 sheets over in the bronze medal game against Alberta. Madam Speaker, they are just getting started and we cannot wait to see what's next. I want to personally congratulate Ali and Anna on their success on the ice and thank them for being such inspiring role models for the kids and youth in our community, especially in our neighborhood. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to, I rise in my place to thank and recognize the individuals who help me through my daily routines in my office. As many of us have great people in our offices helping us connect and relate to many of the people that contact us. The 3 individuals in my office, Jennifer Robbins, Colleen Walsh, and Ann Lindsay. I'd like to thank them for all the work that they do in helping me maintain this office. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Community Garden Week, April 1st to the 7th. Each year, Community Garden Week comes around with the poking up of spring flowers through the soil, lighting up the landscape. Gardening efforts do more than add beauty. Undoubtedly, they do, indeed. They serve as hubs for nourishing the body, mind, and soul. Some community gardens in Halifax Needham that I'd like to talk about are, or I'd like to recognize, are Hope Blooms Community Garden, Mulgrave Park Community Garden, Prescott Street Community Garden, and North End Community Garden. Those are just a few. I would like all members to join me in celebrating Community Garden Week, and I would encourage all members to go and visit a garden near you and enjoy the beauty. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge and congratulate the Kentville Rotary Club as they celebrate their 100th anniversary. The Kentville Rotary Club was founded in 1924. Kentville Rotary Club's guiding principles are based on the 4-way test. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendship? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? The Kentville Club is very prominent in the service of our community, providing a range of grant programs to qualified organizations that support seniors, the relief of poverty, programs for the fiscal and mentally challenged, preservation of the environment, advancement of education, international development, advancement of the arts. Please join me today to congratulate the Kentville Rotary Club as they celebrate their 100th anniversary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a remarkable individual from Wolfville who recognized the urgency of housing the unhoused and acted. From sourcing tents to organizing essential supplies and power and providing a sympathetic ear, Steve Wilsack's dedication to supporting the unhoused deserves our thanks. Steve also became the voice for those living in the tent communities in Halifax, doing many media interviews over this winter, sharing their stories. His compassionate response to the unhoused crisis exemplifies the spirit of finding solutions within the strength of our communities. Individuals like Steve and Matthew Grant embody the values of compassion and solidarity that we need to solve our province's most difficult social challenges. His selfless efforts reflect the essence of Nova Scotian kindness and generosity. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislative Assembly to join me in recognizing and thanking Steve Wilsack for his unwavering commitment to supporting citizens facing urgent housing needs and for informing a path forward for sustainable solutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I'd like to extend the congratulations of the House to the 239 members of Unifor Local 100 at CN Autoport, who have ratified a 3-year collective agreement ending their strike, which began February 27th at the transshipment facility in Eastern Passage. The agreement sees wage increases in each year of the settlement, with lump sum bonuses in years 1 and 2, as well as an additional paid personal day, improvements to vacation, pensions, and the cost of benefits. The Autoport strike was unnecessarily dragged out by CN's decision to employ scab workers from the outset of the dispute. It was in the course of this strike that provincial anti-scab legislation was introduced, and Jennifer Murray, Unifor's Atlantic Regional Director, says that the union, quote, will continue this campaign in the names of our members at Local 100, and we won't stop until we win, unquote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wayne Ernest Ossinger, formerly of Williamswood, living in Hants County, passed away March 31st. Wayne loved his family, loved the outdoors, his dogs, and hunting. Wayne had a huge heart. His animals brought countless smiles to kids and youth at local events. Thank you for that, Wayne. Wayne was always there for me, for the community, and for anyone that asked. To his mom, Christine, and wife, Kristen, know Wayne was loved by everyone who knew him. To his brother, Sherman, love you, brother. We are here for you. To his kids, Jacqueline and Hunter, your dad was a model of a human being. Rest in peace, Wayne. A community mourns. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the entrepreneurial spirit and initiative of 2 outstanding young individuals, Harry Koutralakis and Dylan Butts, who are currently in grade 11 at Halifax West High School. These motivated entrepreneurs have embarked on a journey to provide professional window cleaning services to both residential and business clients in our community. Their venture, Streak-Free Window Washing, started just a few months ago when Harry and Dylan began by going door to door in the Clayton Park, Rockingham, and Wedgwood areas, showcasing their commitment to serving the local community. In addition to their entrepreneurial pursuits, Harry and Dylan are both actively involved in sports within our community, demonstrating their well-rounded approach to life and their dedication to making a positive impact. Madam Speaker, Harry and Dylan are outstanding examples of the potential and talent that exist within our youth. I hope their determination, passion, and drive serve to inspire other youth who see their success, and I commend them for their entrepreneurial spirit and community-minded approach. Let us celebrate their achievements and offer our support as they continue to make a difference in our community and beyond. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, on March 7th, tenants gathered for an ACORN rally calling on this government to ban landlords from only using fixed-term leases. As I'm sure we all know, fixed-term leases end on a predetermined date. They circumvent the need for a landlord to have a good reason to evict someone, and they provide a way to get around the temporary rent caps. One of the tenants present at this ACORN demonstration was Dartmouth North constituent Margaret Ann McHugh, a senior who herself has a fixed-term lease. Margaret Ann told Global News that she and other tenants in her building on fixed-term leases were living in fear. As a senior, Margaret Ann is on a fixed income and worries that she, her partner, and her fellow senior neighbors could be thrown out and replaced by someone who can pay more rent. And then, where would they go that they could afford? That this could and does often happen is a failure of the system. All of us in this chamber must heed the calls of constituents like Margaret Ann McHugh and make the needed changes to end the fixed-term lease loophole. Thank you.
I I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Muscatawbet Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Team McIsaac on their exceptional second-place finish at the Canadian Under-21 Men's Curling Championships. This team, which plays out of the Truro Curling Club, has had another exceptional year, going undefeated to win the Nova Scotia Championship before heading to the Nationals in Fort McMurray. After getting off to a tough start, losing their first 2 games, Team McIsaac won 8 straight to make it to the final game. Then on Sunday, the team from Alberta scored 1 in the 10th to squeak by Team McIsaac 7-6 in the gold medal game. Madam Speaker, 2 of the 4 players, as well as the coach of this fantastic team, are from Colchester, Muscatawbet Valley. Skip Colin McIsaac is from Greenfield. 3rd, Nathan Gray lives in Dartmouth. 2nd, Owen Fisher is from North River. And lead Christopher McCurdy lives in Lowell Barnes. And the coach, Craig Burgess, is from Hilton. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in congratulating this exceptional young curling team on winning the silver medal at the Under-21 Championships. I know we all anticipate continued success for them in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I just wanted to recognize and thank a constituent of mine, Heather Clark. Heather is no relation, but she's very passionate on housing issues. I've met with her many times on all kinds of things. She always has constructive and useful things to say about the housing crisis that is ongoing. But she hasn't just dealt with it from a personal standpoint. She's also put time into being the spokesperson for ACORN, Association of Community Organizations for Reform Now, which is very passionate about a whole host of housing issues. So I just wanted to thank Heather for being a great sounding board and an advocate for an issue that affects Nova Scotians no matter where they live. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the residents of Wallace and Malagash area who have been asking for the provincial government, Public Works, to restore the maintenance of their roads and roadsides to service levels when equipment and personnel were based locally in Wallace Station. Over a decade ago, the management of the roads and roadsides in Malagash and Wallace were placed under Colchester management instead of Cumberland, and there's been a noticeable decline in care ever since. Most recently, when there was a winter snowstorm, this area had no provincial equipment clearing the roads for several days. And while locals were thankful for all of the private contractors and all their work, and thankful that the minister approved payment to all, we believe the taxpayers should have their roads and roadsides maintained safely by the provincial government. On their behalf, I've requested Wallace and Malagash be placed back under local management for several years now. 376 local people signed a petition in support of this, and I tabled that with the documents today, Madam Speaker. And once again, we ask the government to comply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madame la Présidente, je me lève en place aujourd'hui pour reconnaître les nouveaux Écossais nouvellement nommés ici à l'Assemblée à l'heure de la Pléiade. Ceux et celles qui sont nommés ont tous fait de grandes contributions au milieu de la langue française et de la culture francophone. Donc je prends cette opportunité pour féliciter le Dr Rohini Banerjee, Régine Aucoin, Chris Dontermont, Jeff Regan, Denise Commode Deshotels, Lisette Aucoin-Bourgeois, Lisette Siberath, Norbert Leblanc, Lina Metledge-Diab et Robert Thibault. Merci pour vos contributions. Votre prix est bien mérité. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Nova Scotians that were recently named to the Order of the Pléiade in this House. Nominees for the distinction have all made and continue to make important contributions to the French language and Francophone culture in Nova Scotia. Congratulations to all the recipients, and thank you for your contributions. Your awards are well deserved.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Bryden and Maxine Ryan of Great Village. Madam Speaker, as I traveled along Highway 2 this morning, like many other mornings, I passed Bryden and Maxine on their morning walk. Madam Speaker, this couple have been picking litter on their morning walk for years. True to form, just as I passed Bryden, who was not a young man, he darted into a deep ditch to pick up a wayward piece of plastic. Madam Speaker, I ask this legislature to thank Bryden and Maxine, as well as all the other proud Nova Scotians that regularly gather litter on their daily walks.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, thanks for the opportunity to recognize the team at Hammonds Plains Physiotherapy, owner Becky Thomas, Vicky Forsey, Nicole Crosby, Adrienne Backman, Ginger Ryland, Erica Norris, Dolly McIntyre, and Kim McBride. Together, they work hard and do a fantastic job of mending bumps and bruises, helping patients manage chronic pain. They've worked on me a couple of times with my bumps and bruises over the year, and they were tremendous neighbors alongside me for, I guess, more than 10 years. So a little bittersweet to leave the neighborhood, but I'm not far away, and I just wanted to take an opportunity to recognize them for all the hard work that they do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize my beautiful daughter, Sajora Elena Hansen. Sajora was born on April 6, 2014, and she was such a tiny little thing. Super cute with a full head of hair. Sajora loves basketball, tennis, being a bossy sister, and creating a mess. I mean, art stuff. Sajora is a loving little bug. She is sensitive, and she's a great friend to all of her buddies at school and in the community. I always knew she would be the one to help keep things in line. She definitely is small, but mighty, a lot like her mother. And I love everything about her. I would like all members to join me in wishing my little Sajora, my boo, a happy 10th birthday, and I wish her many, many more.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to acknowledge everyone involved in a recent wellness check during the recent record-breaking snowfall event in Cape Breton. During the snowstorm, Samantha Lowe's and her spouse, Daryl Boudreau of Dutch Brook, had lost power and had run out of supplies, including drinking water for their 2 young children. The family called their CBRM counselor seeking assistance, who then connected with the municipality's EMO office and the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. 2 conservation officers arrived at the property via snowmobile after driving through some very tough areas with snow drifts more than 2 meters high. Thank you to the conservation officers of DNRR for their work in delivering these supplies under such harsh conditions, and the Municipal Council for making the connection, and also to the EMO. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 10th Annual Sexual Assault Awareness Month and to send my support and appreciation to survivors, service providers, and all advocates who work day in and day out supporting and advocating for survivors. Today, I want to recognize singer and songwriter Brooklyn Blackmore, who wrote "Been There Too" about her personal sexual violence experience that was released on April 2nd, Sexual Assault Awareness Day. The song and music video are raw and real, and Brooklyn beautifully shares the real trauma and pain that 1 in 3 women globally can relate to. Sharing her trauma through her art is powerful and extremely brave, and I know her words and story will help many people in Nova Scotia and everywhere. To the survivors of sexual assault, as Brooklyn says in her songs, if you choose to speak up, know that I believe you, because I've been there too. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
I want to give appreciative recognition to the fact that Books Beyond Bars, a Halifax collective involved in prison justice and abolition work, is approaching 2 decades of its advocacy work for women and gender-diverse prisoners and prison reform in Nova Scotia. Members of Books Beyond Bars go into the women's section of the Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility, Burnside, twice every month to improve access to books, writing, and literature for people who are incarcerated. The group distributes books and writing journals in a book exchange program, collects writing and artwork for a zine called Words Without Walls, organizes writing workshops, and facilitates a read aloud program through which people are recorded reading children's books, and the recordings are then sent to their children outside. Books Beyond Bars operates out of a library storage unit in the North End. Through a partnership with King's Co-op Bookstore, the collective is able to source books for the program at discounted rates. Books Beyond Bars operates with the belief that sending people to prison does not address the social and economic issues that lead to people's incarceration: poverty, abuse, trauma, addiction, and so on. Madam Speaker, that's the truth. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to recognize Aaron Marchand of Louisdale. Aaron was the Richmond County Volunteer of the Month in December. Aaron is the chief of the Louisdale and District Fire Department and has been a dedicated member since a young age. Aaron shows great loyalty to the department and is committed to enhancing the department and boosting morale among the members. He is also a member of the Berrichois Trails Association and is actively promoting its use as a recreational resource for all ages. Aaron, who is the husband to Ainsley and father to Calder and Dylan, is a tremendous supporter of community events and is always first to lend a hand to volunteer. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to please join me in recognizing Aaron Marchand, one of Richmond County's well-respected volunteers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I'm so thrilled to stand here today and congratulate my great friend, Borshu Kapitan. Borshu has been chosen as one of the 2024 most inspiring immigrants in Atlantic Canada. Borshu's journey began when she landed in Canada at 8.5 months pregnant with only 4 pieces of luggage. She has defied great odds to become a successful entrepreneur. Madam Speaker, Borshu is the founder of Tenfold Halifax, a company that provides a digital employee experience in human resources. Borshu is dedicated to driving positive change right here in Nova Scotia. In her spare time, she leads the Turkish Society of Nova Scotia, and that's where I have met her and loved her from day one. I ask the House to join me in celebrating Borshu's Kapitan's Award and thank her for her contributions to our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Norma Mundell and John Murray, who recently sent me a letter on behalf of the Board of Trustees for the Wesley St. Matthew's United Church in the village of Pugwash. They're asking for the storm drains to be replaced in the village of Pugwash. I did table this letter, Madam Speaker, when I table documents. They go on to say the drains have collapsed in several places and transportation have filled in the holes with gravel to close them. This should have been a temporary solution, but has been done now for several years. The gravel has filled the culverts at Wesley St. Matthew's United Church and the Manse driveway, so the water will not drain away. Please, we have observed other drains on the streets as well. It is time to redo the drain pipes for Church Street and check other streets. Serious water damage to our church and Manse will close our church. We do not have the finances to pay for repairs, mold and mildew issues. It is a continuous problem, and we ask the minister to repair the storm drains in Pugwash as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, as we debate whatever it is we're debating today, legislation, there's a much more important debate going on, and well, it's not really a debate, but competition, and that is the Sedma Hockey Tournament. Starts today, and I wanted to wish, in particular, all the teams from the Dartmouth Whalers an excellent tournament, and I wanted to take this time to do my annual thank you to the Dartmouth Whalers Hockey Association and all hockey associations in the province. I know we all have our particular ones that we cheer for. I have to say that I spent a lot of time in East Hants this year and Eastern Shore and usually came out victorious, so that's fine. But in particular, I want to thank the U13C Orcas coaches and parents, volunteers, Neil Fisher, Brian Cormier, Jason Murphy, Katie Matatal, and Moira Fisher, and the U11 Huskies, John David Paradis, Joe Triff, John Joyce Robinson, and Maya Belanger. So thank you to all of those parents and volunteers who make hockey so fun for our kids. Thanks.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize members of the Society of St. Vincent de Paul, St. Joseph Conference Bridgewater, whose volunteer work, kindness, and caring provide support for community members in need in Lunenburg County. The organization's mission of service centers love, respect, and joy, and its Neighbors in Need program assists community members with food, gas, power bills, home repairs, property taxes, medication, rent, emergency housing, and more. Some of St. Vincent de Paul's dedicated volunteers have been with the organization for as long as 36 years. Their unique service provides access and support year-round, with volunteers taking turns being on call throughout the year. In 2023, 636 requests for assistance were received and 810 residents of Lunenburg County, adults, children, and seniors were assisted. They recognize that supporting vulnerable community members takes the collaboration and support of many other community organizations. I give my heartfelt thanks to the Society of St. Vincent de Paul and its supporters who make a difference in our community, and I call upon members of the House of Assembly in joining me in extending our gratitude. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank Evan Farron, my CA, for everything he does throughout the year, but especially when I'm in Halifax and he takes on an extra workload and extra responsibilities. Evan is professional, he's hardworking, he's kind, and he's patient. And on a regular basis, I hear from constituents how lucky I am, how Evan deserves a lot more money, and more importantly, how he's improved so many lives with his work. I'm forever grateful to have this man as a friend and a co-worker, and I appreciate him very much. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the past 2 years, I have spoken in this legislature several times about Fall River's Emma and Maya Archibald. I rise again today to congratulate Emma on her debut at the World Cup with the Nordic Canada Para-Nordic team in Italy last month, and to Maya, who is representing Canada on the women's under-20 national team in Germany this weekend. Emma had an impressive debut that included a 6th place finish in the 10K Pursuit Classic, 5th in the 10K Mass Classic, and 7th in the skate sprint. Emma finished 5th overall in the sprint finals. Maya is playing this weekend 2 international matches representing Canada in Germany in preparation for the Under-20 World Championships in Colombia later this year. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating both Emma and Maya Archibald in their amazing achievements. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Lisa Doucet du village de Concession a un talent pour le partage avec les autres, que ce soit en tant que directrice générale de CIFA FM, chroniqueuse pour le journal local ou membre actif du club de jardinage Rooted in Clare. Lisa aime partager ses connaissances et permettre aux autres de parler de leur passion. Enfin, au cours des 2 dernières saisons, Lisa anime le Poulailler, une émission télévisée sur le canal Eastlink Community TV. Des invités des communautés acadiennes de la Nouvelle-Écosse se joignent à Lisa dans sa cabane accueillante pour discuter des sujets qui intéressent les Acadiens de partout. Les thèmes d'abord varient de la culture et le patrimoine aux entreprises novatrices et aux pratiques durables. Je demande à tous les membres de se joindre à moi pour féliciter Lisa Doucet d'avoir terminé les 2 premières saisons du Poulailler et lui souhaiter bonne chance dans la préparation de la 3e saison. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Lisa Doucet from the village of Concession has a talent for knowledge sharing, whether it is as the general manager of CIFA, as a columnist for the local paper, or as an active member of the Rooted in Clare Garden Club. Lisa enjoys sharing what she knows and giving a platform for others to talk about their passions. In fact, for the last 2 seasons, Lisa has hosted Le Poulailler, a French-language talk show on Eastlink Community TV. Guests from Nova Scotia's Acadian community join Lisa in her cozy backyard shed to discuss topics of interest to Acadians everywhere. Team range from culture and heritage to innovative businesses and sustainable practices. I ask that all members join me in congratulating Lisa Doucet for completing the first 2 seasons of Le Poulailler and wish her well as she prepares for her 3rd season. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Another successful Yarmouth Hospital Foundation's We Care Radiothon was held on February 29th. And despite power outages trying to cause havoc on the event, more than $115,000 was raised. The focus of this year's We Care Radiothon was about heart health, and cardiovascular disease is one of the leading causes of death in southwestern Nova Scotia. Proceeds will go towards the purchase of heart equipment, including 2 electrocardiogram units and 15 patient risk monitors, as well as a patient data management platform for the expanded cardiovascular rehab program coming to Yarmouth Regional Hospital. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating all the donors, the sponsors, the volunteers, and the supporters of the 2024 Yarmouth Hospital Foundation's We Care Radiothon on another successful event. Our community is very grateful for the Hospital Foundation's incredible work. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I rise to thank so much my constituency assistant, Joanne Horgan, and my student, Sammy McDougall. Without Joanne and Sammy in the office, things wouldn't be able to happen like they do in Northside Westmount. They are hardworking, diligent, and they keep me on task and on schedule. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank them for all their hard work. It doesn't go unnoticed by the constituents of Northside Westmount, and I truly appreciate both of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the people from the reality TV show, The Curse of Oak Island. This year marks the 10th anniversary of a TV series that has become ingrained in popular culture. When traveling abroad, upon learning that someone is from Nova Scotia, a familiar question often comes to you, which is, do you live near Oak Island? Oak Island is nestled on the beautiful coastline of the community of Western Shore and has been the object of treasure hunters since the late 1700s. Although their quest for receiving pirate treasure may not have borne much fruit, the series has been a boom to this part of Nova Scotia. Their efforts to develop the Oak Island property as a tourist attraction and are commendable. As well as tourism, the local economy has in its own share boomed a little by the influx of intern residents looking to live here during the production year. Madam Speaker, I ask members to join me in congratulating the crew involved in all aspects of The Curse of Oak Island. Now in their 11th season, they have become part of our community and we adore them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Prospect Timberley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize John Charles of Prospect. With a background as a city planner with HRM, John took a lead role in planning a trail along the historic Old Kelly Point K Road and the Prospect Peninsula. The trail from Prospect Bay Road to Kelly Point will be about 2 kilometers and will provide a scenic coastal hiking path that will feature cultural heritage values, ocean access, and provide safe pedestrian connectivity. In June 2023, the Prospect Peninsula Residents Association, spearheading the project, received several sources of funding for a comprehensive trail design and management plan for a hiking trail. The trail plan is a necessary first step for obtaining an LOA from Nova Scotia Department of Public Works. Upland Studio and Design Limited was engaged to develop a trail plan. Detailed trail mapping, environmental inventory, cultural landscape inventory, property research, and GIS slope analysis have all been completed. John has invested hours of his time and expertise as a planner reviewing the draft report and working with government departments on this project. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking John for his work and dedication on this project that will benefit the community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate the newest inductees onto the Antigonish Community Fence of Fame, Gail McDougall and Glenna Ingram, who were inducted this past October. The Community Fence of Fame, displayed on the outfield fence at the Sandlot, acknowledges individuals or community groups that have made a difference in the community through sport and recreation. Gail McDougall coached the Dr. J.H. Gillis Regional Royals girls basketball team, notching over 900 wins. In 2009, Gail was awarded the Dorothy Walker Distinguished Service Award for outstanding contribution to school sport, and in 2017, she was inducted into the St. Yves Sports Hall of Fame. Gail has always instilled respect and integrity in her players. Glenna has been involved with the Antigonish Minor Challenger Baseball and the North Nova Highlanders for over 18 years, coaching baseball as an organizer, fundraiser, and whatever else is needed to support the programs. In 2021, she was named Baseball Nova Scotia's Coach of the Year. She has been more recently focused her energy on ensuring that girls in both Antigonish and Nova Scotia have an opportunity to play ball. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to thank Gail and Glenna for their commitment to our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize the bravery of some of our volunteer firefighters last May during the extensive fires in the Hammonds Plains and Tantallon areas. I'd like to commend in particular Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency Volunteer Platoon Captain Blake Mann of Station 8 and volunteer firefighters Jesse Organ, formerly Station 8, now 58, and Riley Coffey and Shervin Kananshir Shibi, also of Station 58. On the night of May 28th, these four members were investigating fire conditions on Westwood Boulevard when they heard cries for help from down the street. Despite the danger to themselves, they followed the cries to another street where they found two residents who had not been evacuated. They quickly helped the two people into a fire vehicle, and they got the heck out of there, the immediate area, to a safer location where they provided first aid while awaiting EHS. Thank you, Blake, Jesse, Riley, and Shervin. Nova Scotians won't soon forget those who came to their aid in their time of need.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Harold Giddens of Cumberland South on publishing his new book, The Little Bear That Did. Harold is a retired professional engineer who is also retired from several boards, including the local hospital board and the CNSOPB board. His best memories come from when he was a young boy living in the country, reading about the fun relationships between wild animals and kids just like himself. Hal and his family have been in the blueberry business for many years, and a friend has a sugar woods, all of which inspired the setting for this story. Madam Speaker, I ask that the members of the House join me in congratulating Harold on his first book, and we do expect the second book to come soon, and wish him much success in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate and thank Tom Cosman and Marianne Whidden for their outstanding contribution to the Nova Scotia Beekeepers Association, recognized through the 2024 Honorary Lifetime Membership Award. Since establishing their beekeeping operation in their early 1980s, Tom and Marianne have grown their business to over 2,000 hives in Greenwich. Tom's leadership with the NSBA, including his presidency and Marianne's ambassadorship at the Halifax Farmers Market, underscore their dedication to one of the oldest forms of animal husbandry. As first-generation farmers, they've enriched our rural agricultural economy and inspired future generations, including their children Ivan, Simon, and Lauren, who are poised to continue their legacy. This marks the first time in NSBA history that this award has been presented to a couple, recognizing the power of partnership in growing our apiculture industry. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating Tom and Marianne for this well-deserved honour as the 2024 NSBA Honorary Lifetime Members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Madam Speaker, the snowstorm of February 1st to 5th has struck many areas in Cape Breton County and all of Victoria the Lakes ground communities to a halt. Many residents found themselves being trapped, especially seniors and people with mobility issues who were unable to shovel their way out of their homes. Their traditional resources for snow removal were not effective. Fortunately, our community is both humble and resourceful. With the use of the social media and neighbors helping neighbors, word of mouth, CBRM 311 system, and Victoria County EMO office, links were made with local contractors, farmers, and fishermen with equipment to clear driveways. As well, volunteers, hockey teams, Coast Guard students, and others showed up to help shovel. Residents volunteered their snowmobiles to carry supplies. There was even a team of hikers who snowshoed 1.5 kilometers up a mountain to shovel for a senior who lives off the grid and had recently had surgery. We can accomplish anything together. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House of Assembly to please join me with a heartfelt thank you to the many volunteers who took care of their neighbors, strangers, and vulnerable residents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Sunday marked the end of Women's History Month, so today I rise one last time to highlight a remarkable aspect of our community in Fairview Clayton Park. With pride, I emphasize that we are home to more than 15 daycare and day home locations, each owned, operated, or managed by women. This significant presence not only reflects the leadership and entrepreneurial spirit of women in our community, but also underscores their profound impact on shaping the lives of our children. These daycare centers, under the guidance of dedicated women, provide more than just a safe haven for our children. They serve as nurturing environments where young minds are enriched, curiosity is fostered, and futures are shaped. The positive influence of these women-led centers extends beyond the children they care for, reaching families and contributing to the overall well-being of our community. To end this year's Women's History Month, let us recognize and celebrate the invaluable role that these women play in our community, shaping the next generation with care, compassion, and dedication. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to bring to your attention a unique community center located in the Highway to an Economy. This center runs under a board of directors who not only attend to financial matters, but also plan and organize community events. Madam Speaker, this facility hosts rug hooking, yoga, cybercaf, dancing, and booking musical talents along the shore. They have recently established a food cupboard for those in need of a satisfying meal. Thanks to all they do, this recreation center meets many of the needs of residents in several small communities in Colchester North. Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize the fantastic work of the Board of Directors of the Economy Recreation Center. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, on December 20th, I received a text from Chris Miller, the head of Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, letting me know that the additional public lands at Blue Mountain Bridge Cove Lakes were officially protected, including the lands of Charles Lake. Chris and I and many others had worked diligently in 2021 to have these additional 35 acres behind Masqua to be protected and added to the park. I am thrilled to see that this day has come. Madam Speaker, the pristine beauty of Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes Wilderness Park is a jewel in HRM, and this protection of additional land will be enjoyed for generations to come. I would ask the House to join me in thanking Chris Miller for his continued advocacy and dedication to designate Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes as a national urban park. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to the Digby Area Learning Association, also known as DALA, for their many years of hard work and success. The Digby Area Learning Association is a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing education and training opportunities for the people of Digby and the surrounding area. In February 2023, DALA held an open house to celebrate their new space in Conway. DALA offers a wide range of learning programs, adult learning, GED preparation, technology help, tutoring, construction courses, and they even operate the Learning Grove Child Care Center. DALA also offers free access to computers and printers. If you ever want a quiet space to sit down and grab a coffee, DALA will always welcome you. I ask that all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature join me in recognizing and congratulating the Digby Area Learning Association and all their incredible staff and students for their considerable contribution to the community. I also wish them the best in their beautiful new space. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Speaker's House, the badges, the commissioners, the staff, those who make this place a comfortable place. I know very often we show up here without taking consideration people who come here and to serve for us. Sometimes we call hours that are not unnecessarily, but I know for the fact, no matter what we do here, they're here always, and they're here to support us and to make our job easy. I rise my seat and ask members of this House to join me and to thank those people who are here day in, day out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to applaud Fred Gallup from Lower Sackville. Karen Smith, my office, received a call from a senior who needed post-surgery care following her cataract surgery. Her surgeon told her that the surgery would not happen unless she found someone to stay with her for 24 hours following that surgery. Karen reached out to a few local organizations, and in no time, Fred Gallup of Knox United Church in Lower Sackville very quickly found 2 ladies to stay with the senior. He also offered to drive her to and from the hospital. Madam Speaker, I would ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in applauding Fred Gallup for quickly coming to the rescue of the senior so her surgery could go ahead as planned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to say thank you to the parent-teacher associations and the SACs across Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, and beyond, who, frankly, do all of the things that need to be done to fill in those gaps that exist with respect to the student experience in our schools. And I know how hard that the parents, the staff members, and the support staff, and the volunteer community members, how hard they work to ensure that young students throughout our province, and specifically in Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, that they work hard to make sure that students have what they need to make the student experience more fulsome and ensure that the teachers have the supports in the classroom, what they need. So I just wanted to say thank you to those 2 groups of people. Thank you.
We'll continue with the orders of the day. It is now time for oral questions to be put by members to ministers. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a second water main break is affecting services at the Halifax Infirmary, Veterans Memorial Building, and the Abbey J. Lane Building. It's affecting emergency department. It's affecting a number of services. People are now being asked to go outside and use the washroom at porta potties. Does the Premier now see the problem with having delayed the major investment in expanding the new Halifax Infirmary project?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very serious issue for sure. I mean, our concerns, our priority are people, the patients, the staff, the families. I mean, of course, we're very focused on this. The pipes that have broke are from the 1940s. So, you know, we know that certainly it speaks to the importance of infrastructure investments for sure. We're committed to infrastructure investments. There's no question about that. But right now we're dealing with what literally is an emergency situation, and we're totally focused on returning the water to that facility.
The Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Madam Speaker, we could be 1 year away from a completed new building had the Premier not delayed the biggest infrastructure project in our healthcare system in a generation. We're here because of that delay. There's been no rationale given for that. The cost of this project has gone up, and the scale of it has gone down. Nothing about that delay makes any sense. Can the Premier please take some responsibility and admit that his government made a mistake by delaying the new Halifax Infirmary and QE2 redevelopment project?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I would say is we're dealing with what literally is an emergency situation right now, trying to support patients, trying to support staff, families, trying to return water. This is an absolutely critical issue, and there's no question, that the member, the former health minister, wants people to forget his past, the past of the Liberal Party. But the reality is, we're working on infrastructure. We're making historic infrastructure investments. We're making historic investments in healthcare. But despite all of that, there's an emergency situation that we're dealing with today, and we're focused on people today, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, the government is sure spending a lot more money, but they're making poor decisions when it comes to health care, and delaying this project is one of those poor decisions, and it's been delayed for 3 years. And now we are at a crisis point with no timeline even given on when this project is going to be done. At least on this situation, can the Premier please give a timeline on when water service is going to be given back to those facilities so that people can get running water again, drinking water, and don't have to use the washroom outside when it's close to 0 degrees?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, crews are on site. They're working, there's a lot of effort, a lot of good people working on this. They hope to have the water restored today. This is a very, very serious issue. There's no question about that. And the focus of the people, of the health authority, of people working there, Public Works, of every Nova Scotian is really on getting through this emergency today. The pipes are broke. The pipes are from 1940s. It's an awful situation. We're trying to get the water back up, and I'm told that the water should be returned today.
I recognize the Honourable Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to the Health Authorities Act, Nova Scotia Health is required to annually submit a health services business plan to the Minister of Health and Wellness. This includes annual operating expenses, coordination with community health boards, and a public engagement plan, and I'll table that. However, when you check the Nova Scotia Health website, no such plan has been filed since 2021 and the dissolution of the Health Authority Board. Can the Premier explain why under his watch there has been no public plan or budget released from Nova Scotia Health?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, the public, the budget is very public. We've had over, I think, 80 hours of budget debate in this House. It's a very, very public document. I can certainly provide the member with a copy of the budget if the member has missed that part of the process of the House here. But what I would say is those operating plans have been submitted. I can check on the website posting, but there's no question that budgeting and thinking ahead and investing in Nova Scotians, those are the things that this government is focused on.
The Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
It sounds like the Premier may not be aware of what I'm talking about, but according to a Freedom of Information request, Nova Scotia Health was in fact given express permission not to produce this report in fiscal 2022-23. That would be the budget. This was the same year that Nova Scotia Health completed the ill-fated purchase of the Hogan Court Hotel Hospital and awarded a nearly $50 million untendered contract for development of the health app. These purchases were made without proper tendering and without guiding strategy or financial accountability provided by a business plan. Yet another example in a growing list of ways this government is evading transparency in their healthcare spending. Does the Premier not think it's possible to meet our current healthcare challenges in a transparent way?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I completely disagree with the characterization from the member. We know that the NDP is extremely negative on this province, extremely negative on the state of the healthcare. I think that the members have told me during estimates that if the government provided everyone with a unicorn, they'd still probably complain about that, and that's absolutely true. But we are totally committed to fixing healthcare. There are positive signs for sure. I hear that from people working in healthcare. I hear that from patients. There's work to be done, no question about that. But we'll continue to do that work because we're focused on Nova Scotians, not negativity.
The Leader of the Official Opposition on her final supplementary.
I find it strange that the Premier would disagree and call negative a piece of information released through Freedom of Information by the Department of Health. But whatever. Since we last saw a plan, healthcare is so much worse. The number of Nova Scotians on the primary care waitlist has more than doubled under this government. Healthcare professional vacancies are on the rise, increasing 197.6% since 2019-20. The number of nursing vacancies within Nova Scotia Health has surpassed 1,000. Emergency departments are unexpectedly closed more frequently, up 32% since 2021-22. The Premier is trying to assure Nova Scotians that healthcare is being fixed. But why should Nova Scotians believe him when every metric is worse and now we know that there isn't even a plan?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Completely disagree. Certainly completely agree with the
Order. Let's reduce the chirping. We're just beginning for the day, so this is our first warning. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, the Hogan Court deal is an absolutely good deal for Nova Scotians. I'll double down, triple down, sextuple down on that deal, Madam Speaker. That is a good thing for Nova Scotians, despite the NDP negative spin. And there used to be, a year ago, there was 1,500 nursing vacancies in this province. There's 1,000 now. There's a long way to go for sure. But you know what's helped, Madam Speaker? The Patient Access to Care Act, which I'll remind this House is a good thing. It's helping Nova Scotians. It's doing its job in just 1 year. Incredible progress. And I'll remind this House, the negative NDP, they voted against the Patient Access to Care Act, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, all the evidence is pointing to the healthcare system getting worse, despite the fact that the government is spending so much more money on it. And that's why the government can only brag about spending so much more money on it. What we don't know is how much more money is going to be spent on the Hogan Court project because of the contract with Shannix. We've heard there's going to be a massive premium for that mortgage. Can the Premier please be transparent and tell the House how much that project is going to cost, or is he going to keep concealing that information from the public?
I just want to remind all members in the House that we're really getting close. We're on the cusp when we use the words conceal, covering up. So let's just try to refrain from using those words, all of us, please. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll do my best to be my best self in here today, as Nolan's son's teacher asks us to do. So there is no concealing here. Mr. Shannon and I sat at a press conference. We talked about the work that's happening with Hogan Court. We have a leader in this sector who sees that this is a new model of care, one that is so innovative and so incredible that he wanted to buy that facility, and he wants to roll that model out not only in Nova Scotia but potentially in other parts of Atlantic Canada. I'm very proud of that deal. There is still negotiations underway. This is not dissimilar to the work that we do with long-term care, and this is about caring for frail elderly people in our province.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll table several examples of the Premier using the word conceal and never being given a warning in this House. It happened several times last week. And here we have again a government not answering.
Order. Are you indicating to the Speaker that it was wrong of me not to mention it, or is there a reason why you're bringing up? Because there was a discussion with the clerks around using the word conceal as well as the word cover up. And it was suggested and advised that today I remind everyone not to use the word conceal or cover up. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We have once again a government that's not answering a very important question on costs. We have a government that spends money hand over fist while Rome burns and the healthcare system gets worse by the week. We have a simple question here. We have heard that there is a massive premium being paid to that company, a company which, by the way, is bailing out this government on a massive boondoggle that they spend taxpayers' money on. They're lucky Shannix came to the table. The question is now, how much is it going to cost to fix this big boondoggle that this government created?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I totally disagree with the member opposite in terms of the characterization of this facility. This is a state-of-the-art facility. There are a number of frail elderly individuals in this province who could transition home if there were other options for them. This is a model of care that will include allied healthcare professionals. This is not happening anywhere else. We are working with Shanex. There is some work around the initial purchase of the building, and we are continuing to work. This is not dissimilar to the way in which we fund long-term care facilities. The real issue is that nobody thought of this before we formed government, and had they, we would be far further ahead and we would have more capacity in our hospitals. We are working and coming out of a hole that was left to us to fill as a result of deferred maintenance from the former government.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to my feet on behalf of a lot of Cape Bretoners that are asking questions today with the news that the Nova Scotia government has ended the subsidy for the Cape Breton rail line. I've spent the morning talking to local government representatives and advocates within the community who had no idea that the government was making the decision to end a subsidy which protected key infrastructure and the future potential of rail in Cape Breton. So my question to the Minister of Economic Development, why did she decide to end the subsidy for the rail line in Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for the question. We know that there are people in Cape Breton who are disappointed at this news. And I respect that the government of the day entered into the rail preservation agreement to retain the opportunity of a return of rail service on the island. With the news of the purchase of acquisition of a stake by CN in the Cape Breton and Central Railway last fall, I met with CN, I met with business people from the island, I met including the proponents of Novaport, and a decision was made not to renew this agreement.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let history be told, it's this government that abandoned the rail line in Cape Breton. That will go down in history. This matters on the island. There are advocates that have been advocating for years to protect that infrastructure. A lot of work went around to make sure that we could negotiate a deal to make sure that that rail line wasn't abandoned and removed. Now, with the removal of this subsidy, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, it's just triggering the process to remove that infrastructure. Cape Bretoners are upset. And as I said, history will show today that this government abandoned rail in Cape Breton. So my question to the Minister of Economic Development and Tourism, what is her message to Cape Bretoners today who found out that this government, this one for history, abandoned rail?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to be clear, the infrastructure to which the member is referring, in lots of ways, is a cow path. It's a corridor, and taxpayers have been paying $360,000 a year for the last number of years, but $18 million, Madam Speaker, since 2003, first to subsidize the railway line when it was operating, and since that time to preserve this opportunity. We are not saying that rail will never return to Cape Breton, but it is going to take a business plan identified by the private sector to do so.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A standard line from this government is that they're not doing things when it's pointed out that they're not doing things. They're waiting for federal money. There's currently up to $5 billion available to provinces and territories to accelerate the construction and upgrading of critical housing infrastructure. However, to access the money, the government needs to meet terms and conditions by January 1st, 2025. Those terms include implementing measures from the Home Buyers Bill of Rights and the Renters Bill of Rights. It's important Nova Scotia takes steps to access these funds. My question to the Minister of Housing, will he ensure that the department meets the terms and conditions to get more money to build more homes?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, what I can say is that the federal government is an important partner. The National Housing Strategy, we've always signed on. We've always been a partner in whatever federal money is available. In terms of what the member is talking about, we have no more than media reports either. We have to look at the details of that, but certainly we are very committed to not leaving federal money on the table as a government, I can tell you that. And we are very pleased to see that the federal government in many ways is imitating things that Nova Scotia has done. We've been very innovative. We've gotten attention across the nation with our program to provide government land for housing where we can. We freezing development fees. So many of the things in the federal government's list of requirements are things that they've taken from the Nova Scotia playbook. So it's flattery is the sincerest
Thank
form
you.
of
I
compliment.
recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Madam Speaker, we're concerned this government will leave millions of dollars on the table, and that could mean more Nova Scotians left out in the cold. This government has not done its homework before on important issues, and we all know what they are here, and Nova Scotians have had to foot the bill for that lack of attention. There are conditions attached for the millions of dollars in healthcare spending, and I will table that. Ditto for the millions of dollars municipalities are receiving for housing. My question is to the Minister of Housing. Will he assure this House and all Nova Scotians that this government will work with the federal government to meet all the terms and conditions so more housing can be built, infrastructure upgraded with the millions of dollars that are on the table from the feds?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, what we have seen the federal government doing is with what the Housing Accelerator Fund is bypassing the provinces, going directly to the municipalities. This is a program that works very well in central Canada. However, if we look at across Atlantic Canada, and I'm joined, this is an issue in each of our Atlantic Canada partners, that we've seen that we have about 7% of the population. We've got about 4.5–5% of the funding. So there's about $200 or $300 million missing because the structure of the program doesn't recognize the unique characteristics of Atlantic Canada, largely rural, largely a lot more home ownership than in central Canada. So when the federal government designs these programs, we do our best to work with them, but they're not necessarily designed for us.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, our offices hear regularly from people who are struggling to have their needs met without attachment to primary care. One told us, quote, "I live with some chronic ailments and I have no support to properly manage them. My partner is in a similar position. I have 3 children and there are many things I would like to have support with from a primary care provider," end quote. And another person said, quote, "Both of us have multiple disabilities. My spouse's health needs constant monitoring. We have no continuity of care and it is stressful," end quote. Can the Minister of Health and Wellness assure these and all 160,000 Nova Scotians on the Need a Family Practice waitlist that they will have attachment to primary caregiver?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to assure folks that are on the Need a Family Practice Registry that one of the most important things and options available is to update their health information. So recently, as a result, people living with chronic conditions such as diabetes actually have been attached to a clinic to support their healthcare needs. Also, they've been scanning for people who have time-limited conditions such as pregnancy to make sure that people have access to the care they need. There are a number of ways in which people can access, and it also speaks to the necessary and important step of making sure that every individual in Nova Scotia has access to their healthcare records to ensure continuity of care.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Not sure how those two things line up, but let's go on to the next question. Another person told us, I can, quote, "I can utilize services like Maple for refills, but no one is consistent and no one is consistent. And when my mental health is worse, I don't have anyone to provide support and help change my meds if needed," end quote. Another said, quote, "My 77-year-old father has been without a family doctor for several years now and has been waiting the whole time. He's getting his prescriptions refilled via phone appointments, but has had several health issues that need a primary care doctor as a main point of contact. He's dealing with prostate cancer, high blood pressure, joint issues, and all the things that go hand in hand with getting old, all without a family doctor," end quote. Are these the people who this government thinks are managing just fine with virtual care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So again, I go back to how important it is for individuals to work either through 811 or online in order to update their information. We know that there are people who do require complex care. In some cases, that can be handled through pharmacies, as an example. Cardiovascular health, there's some diabetic care that can happen through there. There's a number of different avenues. We are looking at attaching people to a family practice. A family physician is very important, but there are other primary care providers who can support people in a health home environment. So I would encourage people to make sure that their information is updated on the Need a Family Practice Registry, and also to look at other avenues in which they can get support. We are scanning that Need a Family Practice Registry on a regular basis to look for people with chronic conditions and attach them to appropriate chronic care.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, the government suggests it's because of deferred maintenance that we're dealing with these capital issues right now. I want to point out to the minister that this government, in the 3 years they've been in office, have underspent their health capital budget in the most recent year by $290 million. My question to the minister is, if she's so focused on building new health care capital, why is her budget underspent by hundreds of millions of dollars year after year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So certainly there is a lot of work to do in terms of capital infrastructure, and I'll just start by telling a little tale, because I remember what it was like trying to have capital infrastructure replaced in healthcare. In 2016, the former government cut the capital health budget for long-term care facilities, meaning that we only could get any type of infrastructure investment if it was emergency funding. So yes, there is some slippage, but it's because there is so much work to do, we can't get to everything all at once.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
And again, I think, Madam Speaker, we see the fundamental flaw of this government is they're so fixated on the opposition and the past that they are not looking toward the future. They are not even executing on governing. This minister wants to blame past governments for their current capital issues. Her budget is underspent by hundreds of millions of dollars. Why is she more fixated on what happened in the past instead of what's happening now? And does she think that might be part of the problem?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
There's certainly a trend here. They're mad when we spend it, they're mad when we don't spend it. So I'm not sure what to do with the money. But the point of it is, with the labor market the way it is, with the disruptions in supplies over COVID, there is so much work to do. There has not been capital infrastructure in so many areas of this province. We have equipment that's past its useful life, never invested in. We need to do renovations to do that. We have facilities not invested in, only through emergency funding, waiting for something to go wrong in order for site managers to beg for money in order to approve and get things done. So yes, there is an incredible amount of work to do. I'm confident in our ability, but we will take some time, and there has been slippage as a result of the huge pile that we need to overcome in terms of capital investment and cleaning up.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In recent weeks, we've seen distressing stories about parents being denied rentals simply because they have children. Family status is protected under the Canadian Human Rights Act, but unfortunately, in a case that I will table here, the Commission ruled against a couple with children, even though a director for the rental company, when speaking to the Human Rights Commission, admitted to having a no children policy. My question to the Minister responsible for residential tenancies: does he agree with the Commission's decision, and if not, what will he do about it? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and certainly I agree with the member's position that these types of policies that landlords are speaking about, of having no children policies in apartment units, we don't support that. As for the decision of the Human Rights Commission, I respect their jurisdiction, their purview, and I don't have a comment on their decision. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad that the Minister agrees with that position. I think we all would. My question subsequent now is, we've talked about residential tenancies quite a bit, enforcement being an issue that I think is lacking, and this is a prime example of a situation where we are dealing with a 1% vacancy rate in Halifax, less in other parts, and people are being denied rentals simply because they have kids, which is patently unfair. So my question to the minister, I appreciate that he agrees with the principle. Will he act on this by creating an enforcement bill and perhaps even legislating that policies such as this are simply wrong and should not be allowed? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as the member would know, there are a number of circumstances that are protected under the Human Rights Act, and Nova Scotians, if they're faced with a similar situation, should go through the Human Rights Commission to go through that process. That said, Madam Speaker, pertaining to the introduction or implementation of a compliance enforcement unit, again, I'd remind the member that's not going to be the silver bullet to address the housing crisis in the province, and perhaps would not actually address what the members bring forward to the floor of the legislature. Again, I'd remind the member and all members of this House that the true solution to the housing crisis is more housing, and that's why, under the leadership of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, $1 billion over 5 years to develop 40,000 units. That's the right direction. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, 50% of someone's income in rent in today's market is just not affordable. The rent supplement threshold for my riding is $1,200 a month. You cannot find anything for that price in Clayton Park West. Nothing under $1,800 or $2,000. Trust me on that. We are hearing from many who have worked hard all their life and now cannot afford to live in Clayton Park West. Madam Speaker, does the minister believe anyone in Clayton Park West can get an apartment for $1,200?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, we recognize, and as the Minister for Service Nova Scotia just said, the real solution is supply. That's why we're building more public housing units and investing in more supply in every way possible. The specific program that the member is talking about is one that is a partnership with the federal government, even though we're putting far more money into it now than the federal government, but it's based on average market rent, Statistics Canada, federal government data, and so that we recognize the stress in the community. We recognize that we're working hard on that. I will remind the member that it was our government that chose to allow people to be both on the list for public housing and on the rent sup list at the same time, which the previous government did not allow, which has also increased the applications to the program.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I thank the minister, but his numbers are wrong and old. They need to be updated. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the government needs to do the right thing and change the supplement threshold in this province. It is impossible to get an apartment in my riding for $1,200. People are struggling. Can the minister please let my constituents know that he will change that threshold as soon as possible? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I think, Madam Speaker, I did answer the question. This is an average market rent threshold put forward by Statistics Canada. These numbers evolve. So, and Stats Canada does catch up, I hope, with some of this data. So we continue to work as a government on multiple fronts to address the housing crisis. We realize that we're making, for example, $100 million plus investment in taking the HST off, the following suit with the federal government. So we're doing many, many different things. We will continue to do more.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. The North End Community Daycare Centre is facing an uncertain future. The building the daycare has long operated in is being demolished this summer, and the building the daycare intends to move into, the new École St. Joseph's Alexander McKay Elementary, is now not slated to open until September 2025 as a result of many delays. Madam Speaker, can the Minister please tell us where this daycare is supposed to operate for the 14-month period that SJAM will still be under construction?
I I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So the member and I have spoken about this issue, and as I indicated to the member when she and I spoke, the department is aware of this and is working with the operator to provide solutions. Madam Speaker, this is an example of why we need to do the transformation that we're doing in childcare. So I understand, Madam Speaker, the concern that families have when there's uncertainty around their childcare, whether because their existing childcare is at risk or because they are having difficulty getting spaces. So, Madam Speaker, that is why we've created over 3,800 spaces since we've done this work. Madam Speaker, that's why we're increasing our ECE wages. And Madam Speaker, that's why we've embarked on a 5-year, over $600 million investment to transform childcare so parents don't have to face this uncertainty. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the uncertainty is because of the department's lack of action and the lack of building the school on time. So childcare spaces are hard enough to come by. We know that. We certainly do not want to see spaces disappear from Halifax Needham. Janessa Williams, Executive Director of the Needham Early Learning Centre, emphasized earlier this year that her centre's wait list had nearly 500 names on it. If the North End Community Daycare does not find a new place to operate, parents simply will not be able to secure a spot at another center. This department dropped the ball on SJAM, and now it looks like they're about to drop the ball on the North End Community Daycare Center. My question to the minister is, can the minister tell the North End Community Daycare Center and their families that they will have a new space to operate before this July?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I want to assure families that the department is working with the centre and doing everything within the department's power to support this this issue and to support the families and to support the operator to ensure that we have those spaces. In terms of the question of whether any ball has been dropped, I would also like to remind the member, Madam Speaker, that it was our government who actually added a childcare centre to SJAM so that this would be an opportunity for that family, for those families in that area to have childcare within their school. Madam Speaker, we're continuing to work on the building of the school. We're continuing to work to support the transformation of childcare, but these are decades of inaction that we're dealing with right now, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, the outdated rent supplement thresholds are severely impacting those living in the Annapolis Valley. The current threshold is $686 for the Valley, and the Minister of Housing knows all too well that these rental thresholds don't match reality on the ground. My question to the Minister of Housing, does he think that any Annapolis Valley residents can secure a place to live in the Valley for $680 a month?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, again, these thresholds are the part of the federal government's through Stats Canada that we have. We recognize that it's tough on the ground, and that's why we're working in all parts of Nova Scotia. We continue to work. We recognize the housing crisis is severe in every part of the province, not only here in HRM, but we continue to work in every part of the province. It remains a concern of ours, yes.
The Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, I understand the federal component, but the Minister and the Department have changed provisions within their own program. It's much more difficult for people to get a rent supplement. There's required documentation now. The qualifications have changed from 30% to 50%. Essentially, no senior in Annapolis that I know on GIS or OAS can qualify for this rent supplement. The government could and should change the program. My question to the minister, why won't he make these changes? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, we continue to make changes. One change we did make where seniors were disadvantaged, I think, by a small percentage in the formula originally provided by the federal government. We changed that. We changed the requirement that you had to be on, you could not be on both waiting for public housing and on the rent sup at the same time. You had to choose one or the other, which was the policy of the previous government, which has led to a significant increase in the number of people on the rent sup program. So we continue to make changes. This continues to be a partnership with the federal government, and we have, in fact, one of the, and I've said it before, I probably don't have time, but when we go to, when I hear from my colleagues across the nation, they're not spending all their rent sup money. We're putting in about 5 times as much provincial money as federal money. That's the reality.
recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've asked this question before, and I will continue to ask this question because seniors in my constituency are struggling to meet their day-to-day responsibilities. And the fact that we, as a government, they didn't raise the threshold for seniors to access the senior care grant this year, in my mind, is just appalling. You know, we've raised the, we've indexed all kinds of things, but indexing the threshold for seniors to be aware, to be able to access this grant is really important. And my question to the minister is there a change of heart, and can we raise the threshold? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm always happy to learn that the Liberal Party is in favour of the Seniors Care Grant that our government brought in. One of the first actions that we took, it was $500. It was for yard work, lawn maintenance, and snow shoveling in the first year. This year, it was for $750. It's a $30 million investment that previous governments did not do. So I'm grateful that the member brought it up. It is helping all Nova Scotian seniors who are eligible for the grant to provide things like power bills, a chiropractor appointment, an eye examination. These are financial investments that is making it easier for Nova Scotian seniors, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Madam Speaker, the fact that this minister would make light in an answer to a question and just saying the Liberal Party, we're glad you're in favor of it. Well, we are in favor of helping seniors, but Madam Speaker, and the minister said something in her answer. Those that are eligible for it, it's helping. Well, those that aren't eligible, and that aren't eligible because of a slight increase in OAS, very slight, put them a couple $100 over the $37.5, makes them ineligible for this amount. Will the minister, we've seen them do things outside the budget, will the minister make this change and make seniors whole in all of Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I can say to the member is that the investment in seniors in this province over the past 2.5 years is relating to the Seniors Care Grant, 5,700 new nursing home rooms across the province, a 23% pay raise for continuing care assistants, free tuition for 2,000 CCAs, almost 1,000 doing the prior learning and recognition, retention bonuses, new nursing home or nursing school for the community. The investments are unending. The Capable program is for low-income seniors, Madam Speaker. It's a new program, first in Canada, and we're very proud of these investments for seniors in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Justice. Earlier this week, a resident came into my office in the town of Amherst with a bag full of dirty, used needles. The staff estimated there were at least 400 dirty, used needles in this grocery bag. They immediately called law enforcement and they took them away for us. Unfortunately, illicit drug use is too common throughout all of Cumberland County. And in recent conversations with municipal police as well as RCMP, it's very clear they're frustrated. There is a definite trend towards lawlessness, and if law enforcement detains someone on drug-related charges, there's a very good chance they will not be prosecuted. Court system is over capacity, and Crown prosecutors are encouraged not to prosecute. Madam Speaker, my question to the minister is, what is he doing to help these hard-working police officers in their efforts to address this trend towards lawlessness?
I I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, we acknowledge that drug abuse is an issue across the province. I want to take a moment to commend the RCMP locally here, who just had I think it was a $1.6 billion bust at the harbour here when they got that container pier full of cocaine here. What I would suggest through you to the minister once again, as I've suggested in the past, this is really a local issue between her municipality and her local policing. So I've encouraged her in the past to raise that with them, and I would do so again right now as well. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this isn't actually just a local issue. This is a widespread problem, and law enforcement are very frustrated because when they do arrest someone, they are very frustrated that very rarely does it result in charges. And the Crown prosecutors are being told not to prosecute in many cases. So the public expect law enforcement, but law enforcement and Crown prosecutors and the courts are not able to keep up with the problem. So my question, and I will also add, there's not enough mental health addiction and supports for those that need help. So my question to the minister is, will he make a commitment to coming to our area, meeting with the minister from New Brunswick for justice, and work together with our cross-border communities in addressing this law?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you again, Speaker, and Speaker through you to the member. I would note Crown prosecutors in this province review cases individually. If they don't feel that there's a probable chance of winning that case, sometimes they won't prosecute. So, but that's at their independent decision. I would also suggest to the member, I talked to the AG and Minister of Justice in New Brunswick on occasion, and I'm certainly open to having a discussion with him to see if there's something we can do. So thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, across the province, local communities are struggling to keep emergency response volunteer groups operational. One Cape Breton Fire Department has decided to close its doors for good, and I'll table that. And another fire chief in the Western Zone has warned that without greater support from this government, they're going to see the department start to shrink and disappear, and I'll table that as well. Search and rescue groups are facing similar struggles and fear that this government's creation of a new volunteer force will further decrease their numbers. I'll table that. What is this government doing to ensure emergency response volunteer organizations are well-staffed, well-supported, and there for us when we need them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, we've made unprecedented investments in search and rescue and fire services across the province the last 2 years and a year with a $10,000 per fire, per department, per organization fund. We've been very committed to supporting these organizations as a government. One of the outcomes and one of the lessons learned from the incredible number of emergency events that we've had in the past year and a half is that when the event happens, Nova Scotians step up and want to volunteer, but managing those volunteers in that event is a challenge. So stepping up the Nova Scotia Guard, standing up, that will enable us to do that, but it is in no way meant to take away from the incredible work that search and rescue and firefighters do for us.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, we all know that with the extreme weather events in recent years, we have relied heavily on our emergency response organizations. They were there for us every step of the way through hurricanes, floods, and wildfires. That is why Paul Service from Halifax Search and Rescue was surprised that this government made this announcement without consulting existing emergency response volunteer organizations. And I'll table that. Can the minister please explain why this government decided to create a new volunteer force without consulting the emergency organizations we have relied on for so long?
The Honourable Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, what I can say is when we were faced with challenges, what we brought in resources from other provinces like Team Rubicon, and when we looked at, well, what does Team Rubicon cost and what does it offer, which is a great thing. No discredit to them. The question is, can we build that internally or something similar to that? So there always was extra resources coming in. This is part of the national model, which we're part of. We share resources with our province. They share resources with us. But we know that we have people who will volunteer, will step up, have resources, can provide help, which is not the same as firefighting and search and rescue, which is we really respect our volunteers and our career people in those fields. But we recognize that this is something that we can do to add to
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been raising the property tax issue that I referenced last week with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing as early as January 3rd of this year. Madam Speaker, through you, we're all MLAs in here first, and when our community members go through something as traumatic as a wildfire, it's our job primarily to be their voices. And I wonder if the minister has taken the time to consider how would he act if he were in the position to represent wildfire victims. He is now a minister of the Crown who has the ability to make a demonstrable, effective, important change for these people. I'm wondering, now that he's had more time to reflect, will he make those changes?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I'll remind the member that when we were debating Bill 329, we made a change in the bill at his request that enabled HRM to make changes in how they treated taxes for businesses. He didn't ask for it for housing at that time because it was fairly clear in the charter. I've recommended to the member, talk to your municipal councillor.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I must have forgot my crystal ball at the time at home. Property tax bills didn't come out until January of this year, Madam Speaker. So with respect, I am grateful for that change that the minister made. Make no mistake about that. What I am saying today is that there is a change that can be made to have an impact not only on my constituents, through you, Madam Speaker, but for all Nova Scotians who go through this type of crisis situation. So if the minister will not commit to making that change today, he has referenced that the municipality may have some capabilities. He referenced that there's a long-standing PVSC policy that he's been leaning on. Will the minister sit down with myself, representatives from those two bodies, and a member of our community who's gone through this to sort this out and make a demonstrable change?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I'll take issue with the crystal ball comment because at the time, housing was being discussed at that time. And it was quite clear that HRM had the ability to do that with housing. And the member may have forgotten that, but that was definitely on the table at the time. So I will stand by my comments, and I'm disappointed that you didn't vote for 329 when we made those changes for you. That's right.
I recognize the Order, please. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to Student Housing Nova Scotia, 80% of students spend more than 30% of their income on housing. We've continued to ask on behalf of university students that we hear from in our communities about student housing, and we keep hearing that the cost of rent is having a negative impact on these students being able to afford groceries and focus on their studies. My question to the Minister of Advanced Education, does he think that it's acceptable that 80% of students are paying more than 30% of their income on rent?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the important question. Students are so important to this government. That's why we've invested in 7 Nova Scotia Community College student housing projects. right across this province. We continue to invest. We put $5 million in the Tartan Downs. We continue to invest in students. We continue to invest in housing. The more housing we have...
Order. Order. The time has expired for questions put by members to ministers. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the committee of the whole House on bills.
Motion carried.
Order, order. Committee of the whole House on bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 419, Financial Measures 2024 Act?
Bill 419, the Financial Measures 2024 Act. Debate will continue. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes talking about the clause that we are on, 110. You know, I just want to add my voice to the debate on this and to say that along with my colleagues and along with many people in this House, we feel that this aspect of this bill is inappropriate and should be struck. And so we have heard from all kinds of experts in the field, and not just experts in the field, but also individuals who have expressed their fear and their sort of revulsion, I guess is a good word, revulsion, around this idea that for some reason the Minister of Health or her department would need access to people's individual health records. The fact is that that's not necessary. And if it is necessary for an app to work, I would suggest we should take a look at our app provider and see if there's a way to get an app that does need that information. You know, we want aggregate data, absolutely. We want to understand who is going to healthcare providers and for what kind of things, but we don't need to know individual names. We don't need to know individual health records. So I would just like to, reiterate my my colleagues' comments and read a couple of things. So we, at Law Amendments Committee, we heard from Doctors Nova Scotia, where in their submission they said, while we're supportive of patients having better access to their health information, physicians are concerned about how the information could be used by government and for what purpose. As physicians, we're responsible for protecting patients' health information and the confidentiality inherent in the therapeutic relationship between physicians and patients. We heard from another person at Law Amendments, which we've talked about already in this House, who was the victim of an assault and has had, many appointments with healthcare professionals around that, and would never want that information shared. And that person was speaking for her, but also she had heard from all kinds of people who had been in similar situations. It's a real slippery slope. And this idea that it'll be fine because it'll be in regulation, we'll make sure those regulations are airtight. Well, we all know that this is where these types of things should be settled, on the floor of the House, where there is public debate, and regulations can change by an order of council in a closed room where no one ever knows it's happening. And it's really, really dangerous to set that precedent. So when the minister says, oh, no, listen, I don't want to see those records. We just need, there'll be more ministers after this one, frankly, and let's hope that when there is, that this change will be reversed if this is going to go through. It's a terrible idea. So I just want to also read into the record just a couple of notes from Dr. Gus Grant, who is the head of the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Nova Scotia. The unavoidable irony is that the Section 110 aspires to help our system learn through evidence and data, excuse me, but does so without considering the best evidence and data available. There has been no time and therefore no analysis of the results of the pilot project. At most, we know that a certain number of physicians and a certain number of patients have adopted the app. The pilot projects give us the opportunity to improve and inform our legislation with learning, an opportunity which we are leaving behind in our urgency. So again, yeah, I will. Again, what is... We're debating the Financial Measures Act, Mr. Chair. Why, in this debate of the Financial Measures Act, which is the legislation that enacts and that allows the budget process to unfold, why are we talking about this very serious situation and very serious change with potentially tons of threat? Why are we talking about it while we're debating the Financial Measures Act? If we need to make a change like this for some reason, let us bring it as a piece of legislation in front of this House in and of itself and have it as a focus at Law Amendments. I'm sure there would have been way more people at Law Amendments who wanted to speak on this had they known that this tiny little, back of the piece of legislation clause was going to be in there. It's deeply troubling. It should be struck. And with those few words, Mr. Chair, I will sit and I will implore the government to take a pause and make this change.
I recognize the honourable member, City Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to take too long, but I just want to get up on my feet again because, as always, you go through debates on this, and then you go home, and then you get some feedback from constituents at home about what they're starting to find out, and that's why it's important to debate these topics. That's why it's important that the government wanted to be out of here ultra fast, and I think this has been a healthy session. There's been good debate about it, and as we've learned through the Financial Measures Act, there are a number of concerns. As we said, there are many things in the budget that we all support, regardless of political stripe, that matter. But, you know, specifically on this, people are starting to find out about it, Mr. Chair, and people ask me at home, you know, how it's going in the legislature, and we talk about some of the conversations that have happened in here, and some of the things that the government has brought forward, and people didn't know about this, and that's really why I wanted to get on my feet. People really did not know that this was part of the Financial Measures Act. So I asked them the question, Mr. Chair, and I asked the question, and I say, do you feel that it is okay that a politician should have access to your personal medical information? And the first response a lot of the time is, wait a second, what are you talking about? What do you mean? And then I explained to them that under the FMA, that a politician, regardless of political stripe, this legislation will allow a politician to have, or their alternate, which could be a political staffer or another politician within the caucus. I see some members shaking their heads. It's the truth. This is what people are asking. As I said, Mr. Chair, I'm not coming at this combative. This is very important. This is a very important conversation for people. Politician will have access to a person's name attached to their medical information. And when people find that out, they're not very happy. And then we continue to have the conversation, and then I explain to them that the College of Physicians and Doctors Nova Scotia also have the same opinion that I have with the resident that I'm talking to, that it changes the relationship, as has been stated and tabled, it changes the relationship between the doctor and the patient, and it creates a new legal identity. And I've said this previously, Mr. Chair, lots of stuff was pulled out of the FMA. It's half the document that it was when it came in here. And this is the one that they're going to dig in on. And I don't really understand why. They just don't go back and talk to the doc. Maybe they will after the host. They do that. The government, Mr. Chair, pulls back lots of times and changes their mind. Maybe they're waiting for the host to be finished to have that conversation. I don't know. But here we are with the legislation. But I think it was important because the key message from those families that I've talked to at home is that they do not consent to it. They do not consent to their information. They had no idea this was in the FMA, but they do not consent to me, of course, and I say it to them. I said, do you think I should have access as a politician to your personal file with your name attached and your medical records? And not one person has said yes. And then I say, oh, by the way, your children's personal medical information is now going to be accessible to a politician. Regardless of political stripe, this is how this is designed. And then they really don't like it as their guardian. And I've said this on my feet. I personally will never consent to it. And I will never consent to my kids, because I won't be in this seat forever. People will take this seat, Mr. Chair, and city member to at some point, whether I leave or the people of Sydney decide it's time for me to go. But other people will hold this chair. Other people will hold the office of Minister of Health. Regardless of who it is, people are not consenting to this when I have the conversation. They do not want a politician to have access to that information. It makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. I keep hearing education. I, as a former Minister of Education, have never accessed anybody's personal information. And, you know, they can continue. So the member's making comments over there, but, you know, he would be making the same argument on this side, Mr. Chair, because he was on this side, right? So the point I'm trying to make is that this is people's personal medical information, and they're not comfortable and they don't give consent. They don't give consent. And, you know, you hear comments around the room. I'm just stating what the government can do. I've offered suggestions to what the government should do. And they don't want to do it. I don't know. They pulled back on some of the issues around volunteer fire departments. They pulled back on other aspects of the FMA. They pulled back on the non-residence tax. That was a disaster. They pulled back on the wine because that was hugely problematic for growers here in Nova Scotia. And as I said, they have doctors that are telling them that this isn't right. This isn't right. This is a change in the medical relationship between a doctor and a patient. That's not my words. It's not anybody in here. That's the experts. That's the experts that are saying this isn't right. The people who are doctors in our community, but also the people who are the advocates for our medical professionals all over the province. So I want to get on my feet and say that, just because, as I said, you go home and you have conversations with residents in communities, and the message to them, to me, is very clear. They don't want a politician having access to their medical records. They don't give consent, and they don't give consent to their children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to Clause 110 of Bill 419. And I, too, spoke to many people during this 6-day vacation that we had here from the legislature about the concerns around opening up people's personal health information to the minister and anyone that she designates. And there's a couple comments, points that I haven't made in previous debate on this bill that I do think are very important, Mr. Speaker. And one is, in particular, the importance of listening to the people that actually work in our healthcare system. As a former business owner, one of the key successes to having a successful business, I learned very quickly, was listening to my staff and listening to the people that worked within my business. And right now, the people that work within healthcare in Nova Scotia are clearly stating that they do not support Bill 419 and Clause 110. We saw several people present at law amendments, including the CEO of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, Dr. Gus Grant, spoke very strongly, very clearly, very certainly against 419, against this clause. We saw doctors in Nova Scotia, the current president, share his concerns about this and actually presented an amendment that the Doctors Nova Scotia supported. We also had a presentation, a submission from the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network, and they were not able to present in person at law amendments, Mr. Speaker, but they did submit a document. And of course, this network represents all other healthcare professions in the province of Nova Scotia, including nurses, physiotherapists, and many other. And Mr. Chair, I believe their words, because they are the staff, they are the people working in healthcare, that their voices matter. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that their voices, including the doctors, the College of Physicians and Surgeons and Doctors Nova Scotia, that all the other healthcare professionals, all of the nurses and other healthcare professionals, their voices matter too. And for that reason, Mr. Chair, I would like to read some of the submission that they made to Law Amendments Committee, because the voices of our healthcare workers does matter. So one of the quotes from their submission is, confidentiality is foundational to the professional relationship between the patient and the healthcare provider. The understanding that custodians have requirements to protect the confidentiality of their patients' health information creates the trust upon which therapeutic relationships are built. And Mr. Speaker, I share that quote because as a registered nurse, I can speak to that. Part of your professional standards of practice, part of your ethics of care is confidentiality. And the legislation that is before us, there are concerns about the lack of confidentiality that will result as if this bill is passed. They also go on to share, Mr. Speaker, that, quote, this is a significant shift away from most patients and most custodians understanding that patients have control over the collection, use, and disclosure of their personal health information within the confidential relationship established between themselves and their care providers. That confidentiality is overridden by the requirement created under the proposed regulation making authority in FIA for the custodian to produce personal health information to the minister or to the unknown people acting on the minister's behalf. And Mr. Speaker, the reason I share that quote from the submission is a concern that I've already shared, and clearly the Healthcare Workers Network also are concerned about who are these unknown people and that may be acting on the minister's behalf. And I've shared before, and I won't go into details, but I have shared personally where things have been breached through the Premier's office. And when asked for FOIPOP, it was none of the information was shared, citing solicitor-client privilege. 32 pages we got back of redacted documents. And so our concern, I echo the concerns of these healthcare professionals, Mr. Speaker, that there is a concern about who are these unknown people that would be acting on the minister's behalf. I'll also continue to read from their submission. Again, these are the voices of our healthcare workers that do not support Clause 110. Quote, in response to the proposed language in Bill 419 respecting FIA, the network starts from the position that it recognizes the benefits of electronic medical records and supports the government initiatives respecting One Patient, One Record and Your Health Nova Scotia app. It recognizes the need for and supports personal health information going into a secure, well-managed electronic medical record system. It recognizes there are some obligations already built into FIA that will provide some constraints on the collection, use, and disclosure of personal health information by all custodians, including the minister. While the network supports the goals of One Patient, One Record and Your Health NS, the network has two primary concerns arising from Bill 419. The lack of transparency and consultation respecting such a significant change to the collection, use, and disclosure of patients' personal health information, and the lack of accompanying safeguards respecting such collection, use, and disclosure. And remember, as I'm reading this, Mr. Speaker, these are the words, this is the submission of the Health Professions Network for representing all health care professionals in the province of Nova Scotia, with the exception of the physicians who had their own submissions and presentation. Quote, respecting transparency, despite the potential impact of this legislation on custodians, there has been no advance notice to the network of this proposed change to FIA. That they're saying, Mr. Speaker, that there was no consultation with any of these healthcare workers that will be impacted by this legislation. We all know in this House that legislation there should always be consultation done with people that legislation impacts to make sure that we're getting legislation right. And the healthcare professionals are telling us very clearly that there was no advance notice to this proposed change. Quote, as a result, there has been limited opportunity for the network to consult with its members to obtain feedback on how this legislation will impact them. Not only has the network had limited opportunity to consider the impact of this proposed legislation, even more importantly, it is concerned with patients, particularly those who have distrust in the government's authority to access patients' personal health information, remain unaware of the fundamental changes that lie ahead. Many of these patients are from vulnerable communities who may well have concerns about accessing health care within a system that allows such broad governmental access to their information. This legislation is a missed opportunity to work with the network and with the public to be transparent about the changes and to seek their input before such changes are made. Respecting the lack of safeguards, the network is concerned that the proposed language is silent, respecting the need for any accompanying form of governance framework for how personal health information obtained through EMRs will be utilized and protected by the minister. I'll just make a comment with regards to this, because this is something, the governance framework is something that Doctors Nova Scotia had referenced in their submission, and that the minister had agreed that there would be an establishment of a data governance framework that will provide a formal commitment outlining the parameters of the collection use disclosure. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is very important, and I was glad to see that. However, that should be in legislation. And when I read legislation from other provinces and territories from across Canada, we see that in legislation. We don't see that just in regulations. And the fact is, as MLAs representing the people from each of our constituencies, we can't vote on regulations. We have to vote on the legislation that is before us. And right now, as it currently stands, unless there's an amendment, an approved amendment, we're not seeing any data governance framework that is going to protect the collection use of people's personal health information. So I was really glad to see that the network of healthcare professionals did also bring that up. The network understands that the College of Physicians and Surgeons will be orally addressing Law Amendments Committee in more depth about these concerns in the context of physicians. The network endorses the position of the college and submits the concerns expressed by the college apply more broadly in the context of all custodians of personal health information, including the members of the network. And I would like to read, because I think this is very important, who are the members of the Regulated Health Professions Network. And keeping in mind, again, Mr. Speaker, that what I'm sharing right now are the concerns and the words of the people that work in our healthcare system, which include the College of the Dental Hygienists of Nova Scotia, the College of Occupational Therapists of Nova Scotia, the College of Paramedics of Nova Scotia, the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Nova Scotia, Denturists Licensing Board, Midwifery Regulatory Council, the Nova Scotia Board Examiners in Psychology, Nova Scotia College of Chiropractors, Nova Scotia College of Counseling Therapists, Nova Scotia College of Dietitians and Nutritionists, Nova Scotia College of Dispensing Opticians, Nova Scotia College of Medical Imaging and Radiation Therapy Professionals, Nova Scotia College of Medical Laboratory Technologists, Nova Scotia College of Nursing, Nova Scotia College of Optometrists, Nova Scotia College of Pharmacists, Nova Scotia College of Physiotherapists, Nova Scotia College of Respiratory Therapists, Nova Scotia College of Social Workers, Nova Scotia Dental Technicians Association, and the Provincial Dental Board of Nova Scotia. The words that I'm sharing in this submission represent all of those healthcare workers of Nova Scotia. Certainly something I think that this government and the Minister of Health should be considering in this proposed amendment to the Personal Health Act of Nova Scotia. The rest of their in closing, their submission states, in quote, "In closing, the network supports the initiatives aimed at improved access by patients and their care providers to relevant health information. However, the network is looking to government to ensure that the legislative framework to support this initiative is developed with appropriate consultation with those impacted and with the appropriate safeguards to ensure no adverse consequences to the essence of the therapeutic relationship between healthcare providers and their patients." And this was submitted by Alex Stratford, Executive Committee member on behalf of Carl Kowalitz, Chair of the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network. And again, I thought a lot about this bill over the last 6 days, Mr. Speaker, and I think that although running and managing a government is different than running and managing a business, I do think there are some foundational principles that when it comes to strong management and good governance and responsible government, there are some principles that can apply to effective management of both. And I believe one of those, Mr. Speaker, is listening to the people that are affected, listening to the staff of a business or listening to the staff of a government. And in this case, as far as I can see, every single person working in our healthcare system has spoke out against Clause 10. Not just us here representing our constituents in opposition. You know, again, I'll go back to, you know, as an independent member, I have to question, you know, how many members are being silenced on the other side that do not support this clause, but that are being whipped and into supporting this bill that we know some of the healthcare professionals that we're hearing from in this network live in their constituencies, and I'm sure are contacting them. But for some reason, we're not hearing from them. And I feel badly for those constituents and those residents in Nova Scotia that don't have a voice in this legislature. And it's up to us in opposition to make sure that their voices are heard. So I think it's very important that the voices of our healthcare professionals are heard in this legislature, and I will table this submission that I just read from. Another point that I want to make very clearly that I've already spoken about in debate on this bill is the issue around the Privacy Commissioner. It appears from all that's been said or not said that the Privacy Commissioner was not consulted in the preparation of this amendment to this bill regarding personal health information. We all know in this House that there are already weaknesses, I guess for lack of a better word, when it comes to the protection of privacy in this province. There's a backlog of cases for people who are concerned that their personal privacy has been breached in this province. And before we open up or change a bill that potentially is going to bring a whole new group of people coming forth with concerns of breach of personal privacy, we should be fixing what is the problem right now that lies here in this province. And the Premier is on the record before he became Premier stating that he would fix this, that he would make the Privacy Commissioner independent, and that he would provide more robust funding for that commissioner. And we're not seeing that. So this is a very real issue. We did hear from an incredible woman-in-law amendments committee, Carrie Smith, who shared her personal story, very moving story, very tragic story. And she's still embroiled in, and I think it's been over 3 years, where her case has still not been resolved, and it's before the Privacy Commissioner. And so how can we move forward with this legislation when we have such problems already with a backlog of cases? It's not fair to Nova Scotians. It's not fair to people like Carrie Smith. And it's certainly not fair to Nova Scotians who may have their personal health information breached and have no idea that this is. There's a lot of work to be done in this province around securing and ensuring that people's private information is kept confidential. That work should be done before this legislation is changed. So I think that's very, very important when we're talking about this bill, talking about privacy and the Privacy Commissioner and the issues around that should be addressed and fixed before any legislation is changed that could possibly open up people's personal health information to the minister and anyone that she designates. I also listened on the weekend to a CBC interview that the minister did last week with CBC, and the minister spoke very well and made it very clear that she's not interested in people's personal health information. She's only interested in aggregate data. And that I completely understand that, and knowing about electronic medical records and all that's involved in trying to connect all the systems. However, that's not what the legislation says, and that's what we have to vote on. The legislation doesn't mention aggregate data. The legislation doesn't mention that. The legislation states very clearly that custodians of personal health information must disclose to the minister and anyone she designates. That's what we have to vote on. That's what we have to debate, not something, not anything else, Mr. Speaker. I do also want to mention that and echo the comments of the MLA that spoke before me, and that is, asking the question, why is this clause in the Financial Measures Act? Why is it in Bill 419? We all know that there is a growing mistrust of government. That is a problem. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we should be doing everything we can as a government, as MLAs, to try to rebuild the trust with the people of Nova Scotia, of Canada, try to help rebuild trust in government, in good government. And when we see bills like 419, it doesn't help, because even us in opposition, it creates a distrust. There's a lack of transparency. It's lack of good governance, as the other MLA mentioned, from, I say, Dartmouth North, sorry, that this amendment should have been presented in a bill and properly brought before the House, brought to Law Amendments Committee, so proper public consultation, so that the public were aware of these changes and had an opportunity to provide input, especially those that work in healthcare, our healthcare workers. But instead, this amendment to personal health information, to confidentiality of personal health information, is in a Financial Measures Act. So that, I'm just sharing that because I think that's really important. I think we all have a responsibility to try to give Nova Scotians as strong and responsible government as possible, and that includes transparency and good governance. And what that looks like is by bringing bills before the House, allowing for proper legislative oversight and proper debate. And there is a culture, we saw it today in question period, of blaming the previous government. And I just want to mention, you know, it doesn't have to be that way, Mr. Speaker. Good government, good governance, which relates to Bill 419, the way that it was presented, Clause 110, it doesn't have to look like this. Responsible government, I've seen it in PEI, even in a majority government, where bills are shared with opposition members before they're tabled, they're asked for input, and then when a bill is brought before the House, like Bill 419, there's already been collaboration. And I believe, in that case, Mr. Speaker, that then Nova Scotians get the best legislation, and that's what they deserve. They deserve responsible government, good government, not a bill like 419 where we have all these amendments from other pieces of legislation that have nothing to do with the Financial Measures Act.
It just remind the member that we are with the way the Law Amendment or Committee of the Whole House, we're speaking to each clause. And I know you're weaving in and out, but just remind the member to stick to Clause 110. I recognize the Honourable Member Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do believe that, I do believe strongly that this amendment and Clause 110 does not belong in a Financial Measures Act in Bill 419. And I believe that there is a better way for having responsible government here in Nova Scotia that will give Nova Scotians better legislation, better laws that will hold up in the courts. There's no good of us passing legislation and rushing things through that when they're challenged in the courts, and this bill will be, we know that there's going to be patients that are going to be concerned about breach of their confidentiality, and it's going to be held. Will this bill be held up in court? I don't think it will, and for that reason, I do not support Clause 110 in Bill 419. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall Clause 110 carry? There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. Order. Committee of the whole House on bills will come to order. I'll recognize the clerk to conduct a recorded vote on Clause 110.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tory Rushton.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Tory Rushton. Yes. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Masland.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Carla McFarlane. John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Pat Dunn. Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Irving.
No.
Tony Ince.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Zach Churchill.
No.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo.
No.
Ali Duale. Laura Lee Nickel.
No.
Ben Jessam.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 28, nays 20.
The clause carries. Shall the remaining clause carry? Carried. The schedule, shall clauses 1 to 3, shall they carry? Carried. Clause 4 of the schedule. I recognize the honourable member, Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the amendment, which is on NDP change sheet 3. And I will read through the whole thing. So buckle up. Page 34, schedule clause 4. Add immediately after subclause 2 the following subclause. 3. The Commissioner is an independent officer of the House of Assembly based on the principles established in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Page 35, schedule subclause 5.1. Delete and substitute the following subclause. 1. The Governor and Council shall appoint the Commissioner on the recommendation of the House of Assembly within 4 weeks of the coming into force of this section. Page 35, schedule, add after clause 8 the following clauses. 9. The Commissioner shall establish a Child and Youth Advisory Committee. 10. 1. In this section, designated service means any of the following services or programs provided or funded by the government. A, services and programs for children and their families provided under the Children and Family Services Act. B, disability services for children as described in the regulations. C, educational programming for children who have or are eligible to have an individual education plan under the Education Act. D, mental health services for children provided by or on behalf of a public body or a healthcare facility. E, addiction services for children provided by or on behalf of a public body or a healthcare facility. F, victim support services provided for children or their families by or on behalf of the government. G, youth justice services. H, the following services for youth. 1, services provided for former permanent wards to assist them in their transition to independence. 2, disability services for youth with a mental disability who were receiving any services immediately before their 19th birthday. 3, educational programming for youth who were in the care of an agency under the Children and Family Services Act immediately before their 19th birthday and who have or are eligible to have an individual education plan under the Education Act. I, any additional services or programs prescribed by the regulations. 2, the Commissioner shall A, support, assist, inform, and advise children, youth, and their families respecting designated services, including 1, by providing information and advice to children, youth, and their families about how to effectively access designated services and how to become effective self-advocates with respect to those services. 2, by representing the rights, interests, and viewpoints of children and youth receiving or eligible to receive designated services, including by advocating on their behalf. And 3, by supporting, promoting in communities and commenting publicly on advocacy services for children, youth, and their families with respect to designated services. B, becoming involved in public education, respecting the interests and well-being of children and youth. C, investigate any matter that comes to the Commissioner's attention from any source concerning a child or youth who receives services from any department, agency, or of the government or publicly funded health entity, or 2, services to children or youth provided by any department, agency, or government of the government and publicly funded health entity. D, where appropriate, attempt to resolve a matter referred to in Clause C by negotiation, conciliation, mediation, or other non-adversarial approaches. E, where appropriate, make particularly or systemic recommendations on any matter referred to in Clause C. F, conduct research on the provision of a designated service for the purpose of making recommendations to improve the effectiveness and responsiveness of that service. G, review, investigate, and report on the serious injuries and deaths of children and youth. H, monitor the implementation of recommendations included in reports made under this Act. And I, carry out other responsibilities as set out in this Act. 3, in carrying out responsibilities respecting advocacy under this Act, the Commissioner may give priority to children and youth who do not have others who can assist them to advocate for their rights, interests, and viewpoints. 4, in carrying out the role of the Commissioner under this section, the Commissioner may A, communicate and visit with a child or with a guardian or other person who represents a child. B, on the Commissioner's own initiative or at the request of the child, assist in appealing or reviewing a decision related to a designated service. C, appoint or cause to be appointed lawyers to represent children with respect to any matter or proceeding under the Children and Family Services Act or any matter or proceeding prescribed by the regulations. D, where in the opinion of the Commissioner the investigation is warranted or in the public interest, investigate systemic issues arising from 1, a serious injury to a child who at the time of the injury was receiving a designated service, 2, a serious injury or the death of a child who at the time of the injury or death was receiving a designated service, or 3, the death of a child who at any time during the 2-year period immediately preceding the death received a designated service. E, participate in processes in which decisions are made about children. F, promote the rights, interests, and well-being of children through public education. G, undertake or collaborate in research related to improving designated services or addressing the needs of children receiving those services. H, provide information and advice to the government with respect to any matter relating to the rights, interests, and well-being of children, and perform any other function prescribed in the regulations. 11, the Commissioner shall, A, provide advocacy to children and youth who are seeking or receiving services that are provided or funded under the Children and Family Services Act. B, promote the rights of children in care. C, provide advocacy to children who are pupils of schools established or continued under the Education Act. D, provide advocacy to children and youth with respect to matters that arise while held in court holding cells and being transported to and from court holding cells. And E, provide any other advocacy that is permitted under the regulations or any other act. 12, in performing the Commissioner's functions under this Act, the Commissioner has all the rights, privileges, powers, has all the rights, powers, and privileges of a Commissioner appointed under the Public Inquiries Act. 13, 1, the Commissioner shall report annually to the House of Assembly on the exercise of the Commissioner's functions and duties under this Act. 2, the annual report must include A, information on the work of the Commissioner during the year, B, information on the work of the Commissioner during the year with First Nations children, youth, and families, C, aggregate non-identifying information relating to the reviews and investigations conducted by the Commissioner during the year, D, a summary of recommendations included in any special report made during the year, E, information as to whether the goals and the specific objectives and performance measures of the Commissioner set out in the service plan prepared for the year have been met, and F, any other information required by the regulations. 3, in addition to the information referred to in Clause 2E, the report must compare actual results for the fiscal year with the expected results identified in the service plan for the Commissioner for that fiscal year. 4, the annual report may include information as to the level of compliance with the previous recommendations the Commissioner has made under this Act. 5, the Commissioner shall submit the annual report to the Speaker of the House of Assembly by November 30th of each year. 6, the Speaker shall within 10 days of receiving the annual report, table it in the House of Assembly if the Assembly is sitting, or when it is not sitting, file it with the Clerk of the Assembly. 7, in the interest of children and youth, the public, an authority, or any other person, the Commissioner may publish a special report relating generally to the exercise and performance of the Commissioner's functions and duties under this Act, or to a particular case investigated by the Commissioner, regardless of whether the matter to be dealt with in the report has been the subject of an annual report made to the House of Assembly under subsection 1. 8, in a report made by the Commissioner under this Act, the Commissioner shall not make any finding or comment that is adverse to any person unless the person has been given an opportunity to be heard. Page 35, Schedule. Renumber clauses 9 to 11 as 14 to 16. Page 35, Schedule, clause 15 as renumbered. Add after paragraph D the following paragraphs. E, prescribing matters for which lawyers to represent children may be appointed. F, prescribing additional functions to the Commissioner. G, permitting additional areas of advocacy by the Commissioner. H, prescribing additional services as designated services. Renumber, reletter, and adjust cross-references accordingly. So, Mr. Chair, I will only speak for a minute on this, and my learned colleague is going to speak a little bit more. But this is essentially, if we're going to put in this omnibus legislation reference to a Child and Youth Commissioner, or the Office of a Child and Youth Commissioner, then we want to see it done right. And so this set of amendments prescribes what we in the NDP caucus and what people in Nova Scotia are actually calling for, which is a Child and Youth Commissioner with a whole bunch of order-making powers and a whole bunch of powers. So I will not speak to the details of these amendments. I will sit and I will allow my colleague, I will ask my colleague to speak.
I recognize the honourable member, City Member 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't take too long. I'm actually curious to and look forward to listening to my colleague from the NDP go through the bill. But I will say this: I think I appreciate the work that went into it because, as we both know, that when we went through estimates, this being in the FMA for us was also a concern. And then when we asked questions of the department, we got no information on what it was going to be. I think this amendment really there's maybe some things I can add. I'm not going to get into that today. I know that the member who's going to get up and speak put a ton of work into it, so I want her to, and the caucus to talk about it. But it's important because, again, here we are in a situation with the FMA. Why this is in there, it makes no sense. But this is very important. This is something that everybody supports. I talked about it in estimates that day, but we had no details. We asked for details. We never got any. So we have a lot of details in this amendment, and I look forward to hearing about them. And it's something that I think is important. If you're going to talk about this and you're going to put it in the FMA, at least break down what the office is going to look like, break down what the duties are going to be. Like we should be actually having a debate about a bill, or this should be separate. I don't understand why such an important decision to make, why this would be wrapped up in an FMA and not held separately for a good discussion about what we can do to help kids, right? It's about kids, right? It's about our kids, it's about youth. And you know, advocates have been asking for this for a long time. There's no details coming from the government because, again, it's in a bill, which we've seen multiple things pulled back from, and also major concerns from the medical community. But in this case, again, this should be separated out. This should be like a separate bill. Like this should be something that would have been a key plank of debate and discussion and ultimately celebration on the floor here by everybody here, right? Like that's why hide this? Like why? Like I don't understand the strat. I don't understand the strategy of that. Like I don't understand the strategy of taking things that are good and putting them in the FMA. If I'm on the government side, I'm saying let's do this right. You know what I mean? The opposition came, the NDP caucus came with a whole pile of suggestions for what they want to see in a commissioner. It's a pretty healthy debate. Nobody's disagreeing with the government on this, but here we are again in the FMA, another piece, an important one with no information, and again, it doesn't make sense. So I'm going to stop there. I'm going to let my colleague talk about the amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member, Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for reading through that long amendment. But I do think it's really important to talk more about why we brought that forward. We had, after we had law amendments for the FMA, I actually said it was a good day for children in Nova Scotia because we had, even on short notice, even buried in the FMA, we had a number of key stakeholders who came forward to express their support for a child and youth advocate or commissioner, and also talk about what needed to be in there that is missing right now. So Dr. Shelley Whitman came from the Dallaire Institute based at Dalhousie. Shelley is a leading international expert on children's rights and protecting children from violence, and she spoke about the need to really embed this in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child and the key principles of, or the guiding principles of the best interest of the child, non-discrimination, and the right to participation of all children in decisions that affect them. We heard from Jack Baker, who is a young person from Nova Scotia, currently studying at the University of Toronto. Jack worked with the Healthy Populations Institute and the IWK and the One Chance to be a Child team. I've spoken about the One Chance to be a Child report a lot in this House. It is a really important data profile of how our young people are doing. Jack worked with the One Chance team over the past summer to bring together a youth advisory committee that reviewed the report and highlighted from their perspectives what were the sort of key priorities, how they responded to the report, what they wanted to see coming forward. Consistently in the One Chance to Be a Child report and in the youth advisory work, they have identified the need to have an independent advocate for children and youth in Nova Scotia. Alfred Burgesson also came to speak. Alfred has a really direct experience with the power of youth in leadership, youth engagement, having served on the Prime Minister's Youth Council. So when he spoke really to the need to have young people at the heart of this, and young people in decision making in the advocate's office, and really spoke about how this, from where he sits, a powerful tool for realizing the potential of young people in our province. Alex Stafford came and from the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. They have been longtime proponents for the real need for an advocate for children and youth, to be able to have someone looking out for the rights of young people, and particularly young people in more vulnerable situations. Dr. Des Stuving also presented, who's an international children's rights expert, and also commented on the need to embed this in the UNCRC and the principles of best interests of the child, non-discrimination and participation. So we brought that together, along with, I've had a chance to work on this issue nationally over the years, worked with advocates' offices from coast to coast to coast. So I've worked with the advocates' offices in Nunavut, BC, Yukon, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and New Brunswick quite closely on various projects. So I've seen the power of an advocate's office to identify key issues that we need to be paying attention to for the best interests of children, to take up inquiries and research on issues where young people have not been served by the services that are there for them. So in New Brunswick, there was a report around the suicide of a young person who had presented at the ER and wasn't provided services. In Ontario, there was a lot of work done that actually created an ongoing Indigenous youth organization called Feathers of Hope. In Saskatchewan, the Youth Advocates Office led a youth engaged process with young people across northern Saskatchewan in dozens of rural and remote First Nations communities to understand actually youth suicide prevention and life promotion in those communities. And so on and so on. That there's actually a great deal of evidence and work. In the UK, when they introduced a national child commissioner, actually the outcomes for children improved in the decade following, and numerous studies have directly linked that to the establishment of an independent office, because what it also does is it focuses our mind. One of the things that Dr. Shelley Whitman said was, we should be looking at everything through the eyes of a child. And, that's, I talked about that earlier with reference to the current budget. Like we are literally leaving child poverty in this province by the current budget that we're putting forward. We're literally legislating child poverty. We have some of the worst children's poverty rates in the country. These have long-term impacts. And so if we actually did work from a child rights framework, we would see that our investments are not serving our young people. So that's some of the background. The One Chance to Be a Child team did some work in terms of developing a technical paper around the key principles, mandate, powers, and authority of the Child and Youth Commissioner in Nova Scotia. I have reviewed this before, but I'll just sort of re-highlight some of the key issues. And also, the need to recognize that this also comes out of the Nova Scotia Home for Coloured Children Restorative Inquiry. And in that report, there was a recommendation to establish an independent body to facilitate relationship building, learning, understanding, and planning and action with the intended purpose of addressing the needs of children and youth. So again, that's an example of where decisions were made that didn't have children at the heart of the decisions. There were services and programs mandated by government had a negative effect on young people. And why? Especially because young people can't vote and are often absent from discussions like this. That it's very hard for young people to always be able to raise their rights and be able to represent themselves. So the technical paper goes on to say independent representation must be established in keeping with international minimum standards for effective and credible protection and promotion of children and human rights, as outlined in the General Comment Number 2 of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child and in the United Nations Human Rights Principles related to the status of national institutions, or they're also called the Paris Principles. So I think it's also really important. On one hand, we often talk about, our Made in Nova Scotia solutions, our Blue Noser solutions. At the same time, there actually exists an entire body of research and legal work on this issue that we can draw on. And we need to draw on, and we could have drawn on to develop the current, I was going to say the current act before us, but it is just a partial piece of the act. And I really do express my regret, as my colleagues have, that this is buried in the back of the FMA. First of all, it literally makes no sense. And secondly, this is something that people should be really excited about. Mm-hmm. This is something that, we should have had the gallery full of young people who have worked on these issues in various different ways, and they're not here. They're not here because it's buried in the back, and I really think that's a shame. However, we did develop the amendment with hopes of embedding what we know as the best practices for independent offices for children and youth in this piece of legislation. So making sure that, mandated reporting directly to the legislature, for instance, the ability to undertake inquiries and research, that the commissioner should be appointed by the Legislative Assembly, that there be the embedment of child rights principles, like I've mentioned, in terms of decisions based on the best interests of the child and non-discrimination and child participation. And that's one of the reasons why we would include the mandated Youth Advisory Council as part of the Commissioner's office. And some of the other best practices, and again, this goes back to our empty gallery here, to amplify the views and voices of children and youth. This should be at the heart of the work of the Commissioner, and we want to see that from day one. So, of course, it's great to see it on paper. There's no budget, there's no timeline, it's not mandated to report to the legislature, it's not clear what the roles and responsibilities will be, and a lot more work and a lot better work could have been done on this, and it didn't need to be buried in the FMA. And with that, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do first want to say this is a good step forward that the government is doing with this piece of legislation that for some reason is buried in the FMA. This is needed right now. We have got a situation in Nova Scotia where our young people are actually dealing with very different issues than previous generations, where we are seeing statistically that they are having very acute issues with poverty, with food insecurity, with homelessness. All of these things for children and youth and younger Nova Scotians are on the rise pretty significantly right now. We know that 1/3 of food bank visits right now, Mr. Chair, are with young people and children. So I do not think there has ever been a more important time to bring in a child and youth advocate. This is something that I have previously advocated for. I do wish it was something that was brought in during our years in government. But I also do worry about the vagueness of this legislation, the fact that it is, again, another separate act that is buried in the Financial Measures Act. I'm concerned about that because, as we've seen, this government does have a tendency to spend a lot of time and energy focused on announcements, on headlines, on checking boxes, and not a lot of effort on the substance of legislation, on the decision points that are going to have a long and lasting impact. And what I don't want to happen here is that this great potential for this new office is squandered because of the vagueness and ambiguity around the current legislation. I want to thank the Minister of Community Services for advocating this. I'm sure he did. I'm sure his involvement was key to achieving this in the Financial Measures Act. But what we have from the NDP, and I have no problem saying this, is a great improvement to the Act in its current form. This is a substantive improvement to it. It will ensure that this is not just a vague piece of legislation that establishes a toothless office that is not independent, that is just to, again, get a headline, check a box, but that this will actually be effective in having an impact on the lives of children and young people. And I do want to say, this is how legislation should be done. The thought should be going into pieces of work such as this before they get to the legislature. There should be substantive pieces of law that are passed in this legislature, and I do want to commend the NDP for doing that on such an important issue as the youth advocate. And I think if the government were to take this approach to developing legislation where the work is put in advance of bringing it to the legislature, where the thought is put in before action is taken, where the right consultation happens, if the government actually did the hard work first, we would not see as much waffling as we see under this government. We are seeing a level of waffling and backpedaling unlike the which I have seen in my lifetime in Nova Scotia. And I think a real key factor that contributes to that is that the work isn't done in advance. So the government will, do more faster in some circumstances and push things out the door that are not well thought through, that have not been properly developed. And then they find themselves in a position when they realize that there is issues with their legislation, they have to backpedal quickly. And I think this issue is so critically important to the future of our province, to the lives of our young people, who oftentimes do get neglected in this chamber because they don't vote. All of us are guilty of this government more than others, I think, but of prioritizing making decisions that we think are going to impact voters primarily. Our youth and children don't vote, and that is why this office is so important, because they tend to get left behind in critical political conversations, in discourse, as a result of them not having agency yet in their lives to participate in the democratic process. So that is why this piece of legislation is so important. That's why I think the amendments being brought forward are so critical, and I do want to thank the NDP for doing that. We can make this something better. We can make this piece of legislation stronger, more effective, and we can ensure that it has a long-lasting impact on the lives of current young people, future young people, I believe, if we make these amendments. So I'm happy to speak in favor of them. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to get up for a moment and thank my colleague for bringing the amendments forward, and thank my colleagues in opposition for speaking in favor of them. But what I really want to say is, don't just say it, do it. Our intention, for a number of reasons, is to vote against the FMA, which the government will then pillory us for. But we're not voting against anything because nothing exists here. And so I want to be really clear that it's a great idea. It's an idea we support, have advocated for, that this government ran on in their platform. And this signals that idea. And that's great. We want it to happen, but it's not happening. This bill does not make this exist. It has no budget, it has no detail, it has no plan. And so the idea of using legislation as a public relations tool is really weird. It's the same thing we've seen this session with the Nova Scotia Guard. It's in a piece of legislation, but it doesn't actually exist, and that bill's not moving forward for some reason. So I just have to rise in my place and take issue with the idea that we would use laws in this chamber as a public relations exercise, because I don't think that's the appropriate use of legislation. I think the reason that we legislate is to thoughtfully pass laws that impact people's lives. And we can disagree on what laws those are and what impacts they have, but in this case, as in so many other cases in the last few years, we have this schedule, which is, I suppose, which is part of a piece of legislation that signals an intention with no details, no money, and no particular assurance that that intention will ever be realized. And so I want to stand and say, I hope it is. I hope they do, but they're not doing it here. And I think the children of this province deserve better. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member, Cumberland North.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to stand in support of this amendment that's proposed by the NDP caucus. And a couple of comments on the amendment that's proposed is one of the first points that I really like is the nonpartisan approach to who gets appointed as the commissioner. And this amendment clearly states the commissioner is an independent officer of the House of Assembly based on the principles established in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And I think that that's a very important amendment that was brought forward. When I read through the act as presented by the government in the FMA in Bill 419, it clearly states that the Governor and Council will appoint the person that will be the commissioner. And in fact, when I read the bill as presented in the FMA, most of the act is actually about the commissioner and the rules of hiring and criteria in hiring and who will they be employed by and who will appoint them. There's like very little detail about what is the actual mandate of the act. It doesn't clarify that at all, and that's why I'm so pleased to see the amendment that's brought forth by the NDP caucus, because it gives some meat to the bill in actually sharing like what a designated service of this act would be. And it goes on to identify many of the things that we know our children, especially children that are vulnerable in the province, would need. And specifically, I want to identify in the amendment 10D, mental health services for children provided by or on behalf of the public body or healthcare facility. And there's a growing need to help provide mental health services specifically for our youth with regards to social media and the use and the impact in our young people. So I wanted to identify that. And also wanted to point out in their amendment 10H3, where it identifies an age, because that's missing as well from the piece of legislation as presented by the government. It doesn't actually define who qualifies as a child and youth, like what is the upper age limit. And I'm interested in to know that, because I've had some situations, or one in particular that I'm thinking of, I won't share the details here today, but one in particular where there should have been an investigation and there was not, but I'm not sure based on the age of that person if they would qualify in this new piece of legislation or not. So I'm pleased to see that the NDP caucus in this amendment, they do present an age and defining that. And it's just really great. I love to see. And also in 13B, also so pleased to see here information on the work of the commissioner during the year with First Nations children, youth, and families. And so pleased to see that our First Nations children included in the amendment that the NDP caucus have brought forward. So I just want to thank the NDP, and I also want to point out, make a comment that I've already made in this House on several occasions, that there's such an opportunity for Nova Scotians to have improved legislation, improved laws in this province when we work collaboratively. And I see so many strengths in the opposition members, including the NDP caucus, and the work that they put forth here in this legislature. And this amendment is just a perfect example of that. They've done the work. And if there had been collaboration before this bill was presented, a lot of this work, if not all, could have been included in the bill to make it a much more effective bill for the children of this province. So with those few words, I stand in support of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall Amendment NDP 3 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 4 schedule carry? Carried. Shall the remaining clauses of the schedule carry? 5 to 11. Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried.
We said it at exactly the same time as people said carry.
I think as the way this stands, like we voted and it was a recorded vote was called after the vote. Order. Do we have unanimous consent to revert back for a recorded vote?
Yes.
We'll revert back. Shall the bill carry? There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will resume. I'll recognize the clerk to conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster. Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum-Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Carla McFarland. John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Pat Dunn. Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Irving.
No.
Tony Ince.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Zach Churchill.
No.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa LaChance.
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo. Ali Duale.
No.
Laura Lee Nickel.
No.
Ben Jessam.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 28, nays 19.
The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that you please rise and report progress on this bill.
The motion carries. We'll now rise and report progress on this bill. Order. The House will come to order. Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 419, without amendments, and the Chair has been instructed to recommend this bill to the favourable consideration of the House.
Order that this bill do be read a third time at a future date. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call government bills for third reading?
Government bills for third reading.
Would you please call Bill number 404, Energy Reform 2024 Act?
Bill 404, Energy Reform 2024. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 404, an act to reform the law respecting energy and electricity, be now read a third time and do pass. I'm pleased to rise to speak about Bill 404 again. It's making bold changes to our electricity system. It's one of many steps we're taking to make sure that ratepayers have clean, reliable, and affordable electricity. This legislation stems from recommendations of the Clean Electricity Solutions Task Force. We asked them to examine our electricity system. We asked them for recommendations to help modernize it and to make sure it has capacity to reach the climate change goals. They gave us a report on January 31st. It came with detailed advice for legislation. That was the first and by far the largest part of the recommendations. We turned it around quickly and with our staff and the Department of Justice and the legal team, and because we didn't want to miss the window for this session, we did table this legislation. We're actively looking at all the other recommendations as well. None of them require legislation such as this. They could be approached in other ways. We're just moving the recommendation for the legislation first to get the groundwork done. I do appreciate that it is a very large bill, and it is complex. But over the last 3 weeks, I'm sure members have had a chance to observe it and the public, and we have received a lot of positive feedback. But this bill is doing some very important things for our electricity system and for a sustainable future. First, this bill will create the Energy and Regulatory Board Act. It will split the UARB into two new boards, one to focus on energy and the other to manage the remaining matters. The new Utility Energy Board will focus and expertise to regulations of the public utilities and the energy sector. Further, we're giving the Energy Board a mandate to consider our climate change goals in their decisions making. For the first time, the regulator will not only be empowered, but be required to make decisions that will help us reach these goals. And we anticipate they will engage more expertise and support that is required. The other major change to this bill is more access to Energy Act. It will pull the system operator function out of Nova Scotia Power and make it an independent energy system operator. That means this will be independent from both Nova Scotia Power and from government. This new system operator will procure new clean energy for the grid. They will do this independently, always seeking the lowest cost options for our ratepayers. The bill will also update other legislation required to allow these acts to go forward. A key change in the Public Utility Act is removing a barrier to Nova Scotia Power owning nuclear power generation station. That will allow the utility to consider the use of small nuclear reactors in the future. And projects of that nature would have many regulatory requirements to meet before it could be built, including robust public consultation. Ultimately, Bill 404 will help us reach our climate change goals, and while protecting ratepayers, it will give them the lowest cost options for the power in our system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to keep my words to very few. I feel like I have exhausted all of the concerns that I had with this bill in Committee of the Whole House. It is a large bill and overall a positive bill, but our intentions as a caucus during Committee of the Whole House was to make two things enshrined in the legislation, which is making sure that access to this energy remains affordable and that the procurement process is public and fair. And both things were defeated by government. So what we're left with is to take the minister's word that there is not going to be any unintended consequences when it comes to the proclamation of this piece of legislation. there is nothing in it that protects ratepayers, so we are left to be hopeful that the establishment of these two boards will do that, it won't be on the backs of Nova Scotians, that any costs that are incurred by this change to the way our grid is divvied out, and that new providers coming on aren't going to be offloaded to Nova Scotians. That's really been the only major concern that we have had as a caucus with this enabling legislation. The bottom line is, you know, energy poverty is real and climate change is real. So I guess my only words left to say on this is that we need to make sure that access to green energy remains affordable, and that the creation of this new energy board doesn't stall the progress for the coal phase out. As the minister knows, as many of us know, 2030 is rapidly approaching. So the purpose of this legislation is to help us reach that goal. And again, my hope is that nothing in here will stall that progress. And with those few words, I'll take my seat, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will also just say a few words about this bill. I'm happy to get up and speak in third reading. There's several parts of the bill that we are concerned about. In some areas, we fear that the bill is going too far, and in other areas, we feel like it's not going far enough. So I'll start with the former, and I'll speak to where we feel the bill is going too far. And of course, a lot of these things we did talk about in the Committee of the Whole House on Bills process, and tried to make changes or spoke on some of these issues, but I'll just reiterate them quickly here. So Clause 52 removes the prohibition on Nova Scotia Power Incorporated constructing nuclear energy plants, a ban that had been in place for over 30 years, and for good reason. The change, of course, opens the door to mining uranium. As a result, the Ecology Action Centre and East Coast Environmental Law have both raised serious concerns about the environmental impact of this change, and I can table those again. A representative from EAC emphasized that, quote, we must approach nuclear energy with heightened scrutiny due to its associated risks. I'll table them all at the end. The Minister of Natural Resources assured us during estimates that this government is not looking to establish a plan to invest or approve nuclear developments for decades. But it begs the question then, why are we rushing to remove the prohibition on the construction of nuclear energy plants if this government is not exploring possible expansions into that area? Doesn't make any sense. Why aren't we taking a more cautious approach that involves measuring the associated risks before we decide whether or not the lifting of the ban is a good idea? And why aren't we looking at this massive change in a single piece of legislation? Like we've seen with the many proposed changes in the FMA, which we've just been talking about, this provision too is buried within a massive piece of legislation and may not be getting the public attention it deserves. So now I want to talk just for a moment about the areas where we think the bill is not going far enough. And I'll start by recognizing that we were very happy to see the mandate of the Energy Board is now expanding to allow the consideration of climate goals and sustainability. Our caucus has been advocating for a sustainability mandate for years. You may remember Bill 98, which was tabled in spring 2022. But again, this bill should have gone further, or should go further, to include a sustainability advocate, similar to the existing consumer and small business advocates that represent their respective interests in board hearings. We heard similar expressions of disappointment at law amendments from environmental advocates like the EAC and East Coast Environmental Law. Creating a sustainability advocate role would have enhanced accountability and ensured consistent and thorough considerations of climate goals and sustainability. And of course, Madam Speaker, another massive area where this bill certainly should have gone further is affordability. Energy poverty is a very real and increasing problem across the province. We don't have a clear picture of the impact that this legislation will have on power rates. The legislation is missing a critical lens toward energy poverty to make sure changes are made to ensure affordability. Nova Scotia has one of the highest proportions of families living in energy poverty in the country. A recent report released by Efficiency One found that an estimated 43% of households in Nova Scotia were experiencing energy poverty as of early December 2023. So that's pretty recent data. In some communities, as many as 87% of households are experiencing energy poverty. And as I said, the problem continues to grow. Earlier this month, many people saw their power bills more than double, despite their energy uses not doubling. The 12th recommendation made by the government's Clean Energy Task Force was to find a practical way to address the energy poverty problem. We also spoke in Committee of the Whole at length about the transparency in procurement, an issue that has been top of mind following recent Auditor General reports. We spoke in support of an opposition amendment that would have required all procurements by large-scale public utilities to be tendered and go through the government procurement process. But yet, this government has failed to act on that. We've been calling on this government for years to address energy poverty. This bill certainly doesn't go far enough in that area, and it's a major missed opportunity. At this time when the regulatory system is undergoing a massive transformation, we would have liked to see this finally addressed. And with those few words, I will take my seat. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just from a perspective specific to the residents that I represent in Cumberland, and I apologize to the minister, I didn't have this information at the time to present an amendment, but I do want to raise a concern that was brought to me, and that there is something in Bill 404 that will potentially cause harm to wind farms that currently exist in the province, as there is a piece in this legislation that will provide protection for new wind farms around curtailment, and I guess up to 5% of curtailment. After that, they'll be subsidized. The new wind farms will be subsidized by government, or by someone, but existing wind farms, there's nothing in the bill to protect them. And there are some wind farms in the province right now that can sometimes have curtailment costs up to 30%, where they're shut down, whether it's for maintenance or because the wind's blowing too hard or because they don't need the energy. So I did want to raise that as a concern here in the legislature, and hope that the minister and the department can take a look at that to protect the current wind farms that we have in the province around curtailment costs. And it's also an opportunity to look at the ability to store the energy. I was kind of surprised actually to learn that up to 30%, that there is this curtailment cost of up to 30% because of either the lack of the need of energy because there's an oversupply, or because the wind farms are being shut down for other reasons. And so I hate to know that there's this energy that could be captured if we had proper battery storage here in the province. So I did want to make sure that that is on the record, that there are issues around curtailment between existing wind farms in the province, and there's a bit of an unfairness in this bill pertaining to any new wind farms that will be built. And that's all I'll have to say on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources, it will be to close debate on third reading. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And just a quick couple comments. The issue about the windmills, the existing windmills previous, that's what the amendment was at law amendments, to actually cancel that out. So the windmill companies came to us before law amendments, spoke to us about that. We recognized that there was a little bit of a flaw, so that's been corrected already. So we've already heard from the windmill developers. They're very happy that the change has already taken place. So just a few closing remarks. So last fall we released a Clean Power Plan to show our pathway to reach our climate change goals, and then we released an offshore wind roadmap for Green Hydrogen Action Plan. And we did an RFP for 5 more projects of wind that are taking place right now. We launched the Green Choice Program, and we put programs in place for commercial and community solar. Also, Madam Speaker, we also invested over $250 million from our department to assist in efficiency programs to help residents reach their climate change plans to achieve a reduced energy costs. And with that $250 million that we've invested in the last 2.5 years, it also leveraged an additional 100 plus million from the federal government to assist in those programs. So this piece of legislation, Bill 404, is our next step in what we committed to do to Nova Scotians during our mandate. It's 80% renewables by 2030, be off coal by 2030. The ratepayers will be protected through every step. This Bill 04 is just the stepping stone of about a 1.5 to 2 year process to get this into place. And this was the most important thing out of the task force recommendations. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to stand here and close debate on Bill 404.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 404, energy reform. Would all those in favor? Recorded vote. There has been a request for the recorded vote. We will take a recess until the whips are satisfied. Order. There has been a request for a recorded vote. The whips are satisfied. I now recognize the clerk to conduct the recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek. Brian Coleman.
Yes.
Brenda McGuire.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Pat Dunn. Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Eric.
Yes.
Keith Irving.
Yes.
Tony Ince.
Yes.
Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Yes.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa Di Costanzo. Ali Duali.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nichol.
Yes.
Ben Jessam.
Aye.
Braden Clark.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 46, nays 0.
The motion is carried. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 404, an act to reform the law respecting energy and electricity.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. I move the House to now rise to meet again on April 5th between the hours of 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. Government business will include bills for third reading and private and local bill.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on Friday, April 5th, between the hours of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. With all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned.